Motion to approve the purchasing director's recommendations on the bids.
Second.
We have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. All right.
All right, item G1B regarding bid 22-005 asphalt emulsions for delivery and pickup.
Not what's the pleasure, of court.
Move to approve the recommendation of the purchasing director.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. We have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. I'd like to go to item L1. We have Shane Turner and Fiona Bond here. This is regarding the U.S. Department of Treasury Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund American Rescue Plan Act discussion or action regarding the eligible expenses and our funding guidelines, reporting requirements, and funding request.
So I'm Fiona Bond, Executive Director of Creative Waco, and of course this is Shane Turner, owner and operator of the Hippodrome.
All right, so we will recess until 1 o'clock tomorrow. So it's 11. All right, good morning. Let's call court to order. Today is Tuesday, March 1st, 2022. It's 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Friday, February 25th, 2022 at 3:10 p.m.
Thank you. And if anyone has a public comment, they can come forward now from the audience. Yes, sir.
My name is Shannon Caraway. I'm Vice President for Business Development for a company called Solar Prime. Currently, we're trying to develop another 300 megawatt solar farm and 300 megawatt battery energy storage project here in McLennan County. And it's out north of Trading House Creek Reservoir, that area there. We're preparing to submit a proposal to this body soon for a county tax abatement for the project, and just wanted to stop by ahead of time, introduce ourselves, and tell you what we're doing.
Going to D on proclamations, resolutions. We have nothing this week. Under E, under consent agenda, I have no recommended pulls. Does anyone else have a pull from the consent agenda they want to discuss? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, Dustin.
Yes, sir. Judge, if we could go to item N1, this is discussion and or action on matters regarding COVID-19.
These case numbers have decreased for the hospitals.
All right, Judge, do you want to accept that for recording purposes?
Yes. Is there a motion to accept that report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
All right, if we could go to item N10, presentation from Texas State Technical College regarding Central Texas Industrial Training Center.
There's a mismatch between the number of jobs that are available and the number of people that are available to fill those positions.
Move to accept for recording purposes.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are y'all
Recording in progress.
Since that day we had I've been getting water out of the new jug, of course, but it's still, I have like this weird, like I can't get out of my head. I don't know why.
I think it tastes fine. It's so much better.
I'm glad it tastes okay, because I think it's just the new one.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I don't know, is this right?
Yeah. I don't know what's good with that one.
I wonder if like this wasn't good on it or had all the nuts and like in the top or something.
No, I think this
Oh,
one.
her pants are cute.
Honey, get some coffee.
I'm glad you say it's okay.
would be nice.
Because I was the first one who noticed.
Okay, let's call court to order. Morning, everyone. Today is February. It starts with F, Friday, July 14th, 2023, 9:01 a.m. Proof posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Friday, July 7th, 2023 at 8:40 a.m.
Thank you. Now, let's pause a moment for a moment of silence, and then we'll have a pledge to the flag. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pledge the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Okay, I don't think we have anybody here from the public to speak to the court on business matters. We'll go to under budget amendments and reports under D1 regarding the FY '24 budget. And so, Francis, do we want to go to the Creative Waco discussion?
Yes, sir. So we have all of our outside entities, other entities discussions the last week of July, but we had one scheduling conflict. So
Okay.
we have Fiona Bond here with Creative Waco, and so we're gonna, she's gonna cover her request this morning. After she's done, then we'll table any discussion on funding until that final week with all of the other requests, if that's okay with y'all.
Yep. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much, and thank you for letting me kind of come early. I'm going to be in the UK for a few weeks over this summer.
Okay.
So
Safe travels.
What's that?
Safe travels.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll get a chance to see my father. Which
Oh, good, good.
Thank you so much for your support of Creative Waco. What I'm hoping to do this morning, and I've given each of you a white paper just summarizing what I'm going to be talking about, and also a VIP pass for Deep in the Heart Film Festival, which is next week. Just reminding you who we are and what we do, and then summarizing what we're asking. And I'm doing it a little differently this time because I have 5 different examples of young people across McLennan County who are directly benefiting from our programs, which I thought you would enjoy hearing about. So just to remind you, Creative Waco is the local arts agency for Waco and McLennan County. We exist to grow and support a thriving cultural and creative community in Waco and McLennan County. Here we go. This is just a 4-minute introduction to our Creative Waco is Waco's local arts agency. We exist to grow and support a thriving cultural and creative community here in Waco and McLennan County, Texas. But what does that mean? It means we grow and support artists, from little ones to bigger ones, from education to industry.
How? By supporting arts, education programs, and performances. By running Art Apprenticeship, which is mentored work experience that offers opportunities for creative high school students and beauty for our city.
By bringing artists together to learn from each other.
by running programs where creatives learn business skills,
by providing online resources like Creative Directory, and by connecting artists through businesses, services, customers, and audiences. Last year, our programs and funding directly impacted over 1,100 professional artists and performers and over 2,800 students in Waco and McLennan County.
It means we grow and support arts organizations through funding programs that help them attract other funding, through marketing and practical support, through professional coaching, and by connecting them with people and opportunities that can help them flourish. Last year, we invested $270,000 in arts organizations and their programs.
it means we grow and support public art through working with philanthropists, community members, property owners, and our city to turn great ideas into awesome art that our whole community can enjoy. Since 2015, we have commissioned public art worth over $2 million for a city by artists from Waco and across the United States.
It means we grow and support brilliant people and ideas. By offering an Arts Match program to support innovation and impact for the arts, it puts arms and legs on Waco's cultural plan to take action. Last year, our Arts Match program invested $100,000 in brilliant ideas, and those projects generated $280,000 new dollars for the arts.
It means we do the research to figure out how the arts impact our community through education, economic impact, and other things we can measure. We can only measure some things, and the arts do a lot more than we can capture, and we want to measure those things well. And we work with all our stakeholders to turn that research into strategy that can make a difference. We know when our high school students study one or more art subjects, they are more likely to graduate. Our nonprofit arts organizations brought in $65 million in economic impact to Waco last year. And when arts activities happen in our downtown cultural district, audience members spend 3 times more on things like food and drink, which helps our downtown businesses thrive.
And speaking of the cultural district, that's another thing we support. We work with arts organizations, city and county partners, and artists and businesses to make the most out of the activities that are happening in our downtown core and support the venues in this area. In 2016, we gathered our community together to successfully apply to become a Texas Commission on the Arts Downtown Cultural District. Today, we welcome over 35,000 visitors to our community every week.
Waco has a very diverse community. It is geographically diverse, racially diverse, and artistically diverse. We want to see artists from all crafts and artistic disciplines to thrive in our community. We want them to be able to make a living through their talents and see Waco as the base from which they can launch their careers. When we support them here in Waco, then they can expand to Texas and then the world. En Waco, todas las voces son escuchadas.
One of the unique things about Waco is that we have Baylor University, McLennan Community College, and Texas State Technical College, all which develop expertise in the arts. For a city the size of Waco, we bring a lot to the table. We're a community that supports talented people of all kinds. Growing a thriving and vibrant art scene is an essential part of that. It's part of our rich history, a current strength, and a vision for the future. Creative Waco is the local arts agency for Waco in McLennan County that helps us turn that vision into reality.
You can find out more about who we are and what we do on our website, creativewaco.org. See if I can move it on from that. Sorry about the lag in the sound there. That is a short video that we prepared for the state of Texas because we have to report as the arts agency that supports artistic and cultural growth. We have to give them a report each year on the success of the cultural district, but also the impact of our work. So that was the information that we prepared for them. So our specific scope of work for McLennan County falls into 4 areas of deliverables. Firstly, growing Waco and McLennan County as a cultural hub and destination. Secondly, engaging the creative sector in revitalization and economic growth. Thirdly, supporting and highlighting the artistic and cultural talents of McLennan County residents. And fourthly, growing and supporting successful and sustainable arts organizations. So I wanted to give you just little case studies on each of those areas of deliverables on our scope of work with McLennan County. The first is to develop a hub of cultural activity in downtown Waco to attract residents, businesses, and tourists. And my first case study is our Chalk Waco Festival last year,
which brought in, we now think it was over 30,000 visitors. We certainly know from CVB tracking of people whose cell phones were from outside our area code that came in during that weekend, that we had 22,700 visitors from outside this area that came to that event, which was over a weekend in May. We had 60 artists creating chalk murals, so temporary chalk murals, and 60 sponsors who were underwriting that work. We paid another 60 artists who are performers, musicians and actors and various other performers during the weekend. We hosted over 150 vendors, and the impact, the direct economic impact of that event was over $4 million to McLennan County. Logan Allison is a young man who was formerly a Baylor football player, and he has become a fashion designer and hat maker. He runs a company called Heart Hatter, and with his now very extensive football connections, he has become a designer of choice to a number of leading celebrities in the football and sporting world. But he was actually the person who directed our fashion show that we had as part of Chalk Waco. He lives in Riesel, so he lives in Precinct 2. And it was partly because of the work that he's done with Creative Waco that persuaded him that it was viable for him to buy property in McLennan County and to start growing his business here. He actually goes all over the country and all over the world to do his fashion shows and to sell his products. But he has chosen to live and work here because he loved the ecosystem of support for young designers like him. He's now partnering with a local young metalsmith who is making the metal components for his hats, which are kind of like jewelry, special individually designed jewelry that goes on the hats. So the second deliverable is to engage the creative sector in revitalization, entrepreneurship, and economic development. So my second case study is our Levitt Amp Waco music series. About this time last year, we spotted that there was an opportunity for Waco to compete for a grant program, which is a national grant program, to have support for a 10-week music series. And we pitched the idea of putting this on the brand new amphitheater in East Waco on Bridge Street as a way of activating that space for the community and specifically presenting musicians who have a link with the community. So there's a real emphasis on this. And by the way, we won a national competition in order to get this grant, which is for the next 3 years. So we can do a 10-week music series in that space for the next 2 years. We've just completed the first year. So this is a wonderful on-ramp for local musicians to become part of a national ecosystem of paid opportunities. It offers great coaching for them in how to become successful professional musicians. And in last year's Grammy Awards, 9 of the musicians who won were part of this Levitt Amp series nationally. So this is a wonderful opportunity for our local musicians. Each week we actually amplified, pun intended, the series so that not only did it feature musicians, it also featured community groups. What you can see in the lower photo there is Footprints Dance Company, which is a local dance company. It also featured Waco Community Choir, which is a gospel choir. We have food trucks and visual artists doing live creation of artwork, a family fun zone, community nonprofit opportunities, and it's become essentially a mini festival each week. We had the very last one last weekend, and it had got a little bit hot by then, so we're kind of relieved that we have a bit of a break. But it's by the last one, we were seeing 600 people each week show up for these concerts. They're free and family friendly, and the series got a social media reach of 172,000 people. It's regularly followed by 2,000. So the artist I wanted to feature in this case study is Tashay Sayas. She is a gospel singer She also lives in Precinct 2. She found herself right at the beginning of the pandemic in financial crisis. Her home had burnt down. She's a single mom and incredibly talented, but was just really struggling to figure out how to make ends meet if she was going to pursue her ambitions as a singer. She won a scholarship to the MCC music program, and she also joined Creative Waco's Greenhouse program for arts entrepreneurs. She started, and this was right at the beginning of the pandemic, so of course, as a vocal performer, opportunities to have paid gigs completely dried up for people like Tashay. So she started a business called Tashay's Vocal Lab online, giving vocal coaching and lessons to people across the United States, and actually it ended up being international as well. She won a Creative Waco business pitch competition, which meant that she got seed funding from TFNB, Your Bank for Life, who were sponsors of that program. And she's now experiencing nationwide career success, both as a vocal coach and as a professional featured singer and artist. So she was our very first headline performer for the Levitt Amp Waco Music Series. And we think she's just a wonderful example of what happens when we invest in talent in our community. The next deliverable is to support programs and events that highlight the artistic and cultural talents of McLennan County residents. And we feel like all of our programs do this, but the case study I wanted to feature is Art Apprenticeship, which we've now extended to high school creatives across the county can apply for this program. It's mentored and paid work experience with professional artists in visual art, specifically mural creation and filmmaking. They learn to manage a successful creative project from idea to implementation, and they learn all the business skills, things like how to create a budget, how to make sure that you're properly insured, how to make sure that you learn the OSHA training requirements for the equipment that you're going to be using if you're going up heights, for example. The outputs of the program are murals, films, and each of the students has their portfolio highlighting their own talents and work, which they can then carry forward into the college application process. And this is a program which specifically recruits students who tend to be the first in their family to have considered post-grade school education. The young person I wanted to highlight in this program is Cade, who is not one of our apprentices, but he actually started as a junior mentor in our very first year, straight out of college. He wasn't quite sure how he was going to develop a career in visual art, but knew he was passionate about doing that. And he has been part of the mentorship side of our art apprenticeship program every year. In 2020, he was then selected as lead designer along with Vincent Thomas for the mural which ended up on the TFNB building. He was already an incredibly talented artist when he started working with us, but what he learned to do was turn his talent into a viable business. And he now employs multiple other artists and coaches them through his business in how to be a successful mural artist. He's now one of Waco's most prolific muralists. He lives in Precinct 1, and you may recognize that this is the Hello Bello mural, which is, I think, our largest mural in the McLennan County area. And he was the one who implemented that with the collective that he has started, employing other artists to help him. Then a second example of supporting talent that is from this area. Precinct 4 residents, the lead actors in Silent House Theatre Company live in McGregor. So Colin Selman, Braden Brazil, and Alex Blanton are 3 young graduates who decided to stay in Waco and realized their dream of launching a theatre company which was going to create really exciting, heart-stopping theatre work in all kinds of different genres and engaging people who don't usually participate in theatre. They're very innovative and energetic. They're incredible at marketing. They've cultivated a whole new audience for theatre in Waco. But one of the things that is most powerful about their work is they have a specific mission to make sure that every show is designed to be deaf accessible. So they have sign language presentations of their theatre, and in their next show, they've actually got a fully deaf actor participating in that show. They, the brother of one of the organizers of this group is profoundly deaf. And so they wanted to make sure that reaching the deaf community through theatre was one of their missions. And this was from, they did a production of Godspell, which is what this photo is taken from. It was a very exuberant production. And they had packed houses every single night. And then our next deliverable is to grow and support successful, sustainable arts organizations. So case study number 4 is Deep in the Heart Film Festival, which is what I've just given you tickets for. It is happening next week. It began in 2017 with an ambition to be internationally significant. They were our very first grantees as an organization, and we were their first grant. So we have been helping them, surrounding them with success factors since they first started. And they have very rapidly become one of the top-ranked independent film festivals globally. They are now ranked in the top 20 preferred film festivals for independent filmmakers. They bring hundreds of filmmakers to Waco each year, and their feedback from their events is just tremendous. They do things throughout the year, and actually we partnered with Commissioner Chisholm Miller last fall to do an event in partnership with them featuring Black filmmakers. So the young person I'm highlighting here is Luke Larson, who just graduated from China Spring High School. He is a filmmaker and videographer, and his second movie is going to be featured in this year's Deep in the Heart Film Festival, and I'm actually chairing that session next week, which features filmmakers from the Central Texas region, and Luke is one of them. So he is just about to start university. He has an incredibly bright future and is already a very talented filmmaker. This photo is actually of him yesterday doing a photo and film shoot for our art apprenticeship program. So to summarize our request, and by the way, this image, I don't know if you've been through Waco Regional Airport yet, but this is our very latest piece of public art. It's a piece of, obviously it depicts a mammoth and baby, and it's done in a lace-making technique using rope as the fiber. And it kind of evokes all of the different communities and cultures that have used fiber from this area, and of course the history of the mammoth site as well, and that's the artist who's pictured with it. It's life size of the mammoth. So we're requesting $75,000 for those 4 areas of deliverables this year. So $20,000 will be to develop the hub of cultural activity in downtown Waco, attracting residents, businesses, and tourists. $20,000 to engage the creative sector in revitalization and entrepreneurship. $20,000 to support programs and events that highlight the artistic and cultural talents of McLennan County residents, and then $15,000 to grow and support successful, sustainable arts organizations. And we like to think that we have a really good track record of growing that. So for every dollar invested by McLennan County in our work, on average, we use that to leverage an additional $17.50 for the activities that we encourage, invest in, and support and promote or present. And each dollar that you invest in Creative Waco returns $2.50 in local tax revenue on average, which we think is a great return on investment just in terms of what comes back to the community because of the activities that we're generating. So just a reminder of what Sakina said in the video, nonprofit arts and cultural activities deliver $67.3 million of direct economic activity to Waco and McLennan County. There is no multiplier in that. That is the direct activity that is generated across the nonprofit arts and cultural sector in our community. So we look forward to partnering with you again this year. I also did want to mention that I'm not sure if the ARPA support is still potentially on the table, if that's still up for discussion. That is something that we are also interested in talking about. I don't have that as a presentation. I know I've presented on that before. But now that Harris County has joined the many counties across Texas that have matched what their cities are doing in terms of using some ARPA funds to support economic development and post-pandemic recovery through the arts, we would love to keep that door open too. So thank you so much for listening to me. I'd love to hear your questions.
All right, any questions?
Don't have any questions, I'll dive in, but I do want to make a couple of comments. It has been wonderful working with you in the Cultural Arts District and watching all of the art events that you're putting in various spaces and all the different types of art projects that you're making available to the community. I was really excited to work with them on the Deep in the Heart Film Festival. There were two films all four films were really great, all four that we showcased. One was the one that I took to Fiona, but she'd already heard about it. It was Unfinished Business by Dr. Stephanie Body. She's a tenured professor at Baylor University, and she has a wonderful film, Unfinished Business. It chronicles from the Civil War through the Civil Rights Movement. And I want to say she's an opera singer.
Oh,
she
she's
won't say
amazing.
Yeah. And so she does it through speech and song. It was phenomenal. But also, what we introduced to the community was Arshay Cooper's film, A Most Beautiful Thing. That's where I first heard about him. And for what that platform has done to the conversation and where we're kind of going with the Waco Rowing Club, and we just had the rowing regatta out at Trading House Lake. I think I'm seeing how art really actually is touching other areas that we didn't think art would touch. And I'm talking like economic development and education. It's not just about putting on plays or putting on events, but it also manages to touch and dive into even deeper layers in the community. So my hat's off, but Fiona knows I'm a fan. But that to the side, she does a phenomenal job. The organization is a huge benefit for our community, and I'm just proud to have you and Cultural Arts District here.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Questions, comments? And the presentation was very visual, which I expected to get from Creative Waco.
I kind of feel like I have to.
It's very, very well done. Just one comment is that Arshay Cooper that was mentioned from Chicago, who is a young fellow that was headed in the wrong direction, that got involved in rowing, and he didn't even know how to swim, and so he created this story about it, and it's really caught on nationwide, and so since he's been to Waco and seen what's all the efforts around rowing and getting young folks involved, especially those that really need to grab onto something meaningful and new and different by all means, and so that's kind of put us on the map on a national basis from the rowing side. So they connect in there somewhere, and I did meet him early on. But anyhow, are there other questions or comments?
Well, I'm just trying to summarize all this. So what I'm hearing is there's an opportunity for rowing opera singers.
Yes, there is. We will always take a rowing opera singer.
That would be new, for sure.
But I think to your point, there's a really important connection between things like, when we invest in those sports programs, education programs, telling the story and making sure the inspirational story is presented, and that's what the arts do so well, is part of that package. An inspirational story does not change someone else's life unless you can tell the story. And so filmmaking, murals, the opportunity to have apprenticeship programs, the opportunity to create community among creatives, and the opportunity to grow these talents and skills, to have young theatre companies, all that kind of thing makes a tremendous difference in terms of telling powerful stories, which in turn are what connect us and help shape what we choose to do.
All right, well, we appreciate your time, and as I said before, have safe travels. And,
Thank you so much. And plug for the film festival next week. It begins on Thursday. Your VIP pass will get you into the red carpet event, which is best party in town. Brings people from all over and has a lot of media there too. But yes, please join us if you can.
do you have extra vouchers?
Yes, so I can leave some here if you like.
Well, the folks in here.
Absolutely. And you can let me know if you want more of them. I'll leave a wad of them here.
Okay.
Got to make sure I retain enough for our board members too.
All right.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Francis.
Okay, so today we're going to start with TJ Jackson, our Director of Maintenance. So
recognize him.
we're going to go through projects, whether they be capital or repair and maintenance for the upcoming year, and then we'll talk about the funding, whether they're in the general fund or in permanent improvement fund. So that's where we want to start today.
All right.
And the packet that we passed out, we're just going to start with that first page and just kind of work through the first, I think it's 4 pages with him. But that first page lists out what these new project requests are. And so we'll walk through those and have him give us a little information on each one.
Okay, great.
Good morning. We'll just jump right into it. So the first project is out at Highway 6 Jail. This also kind of incorporates Jack Hardwell facility as well. So this is a backup generator tie-in. Currently what we have is your basic life safety. We've got a small amount of lighting, a few electrical outlets here and there that keep computer systems up and operating. So this project will allow us to tie in both jail facilities to the fullest. So that's air conditioner units, heating units, really bring it kind of up to
TJ,
par.
could I- one moment. Commissioner Smith is asking if folks could lean in a little bit, pull the mic to you, or?
How about now, Commissioner Smith? Can you hear me?
That's better. When,
That better?
When everyone gets away from it, you can't hear them at all.
Okay, gotcha. Perfect. So that one, that's what that's about. So that's a pretty important project, at least for the SO, as far as bringing their facilities up to par. The gym separation project at Jack Hardwell facility, this is for the SO as well. This will allow them to have more inmates with more gym time, which is pretty important to their jail standardization. The roof access.
So that brings me to a question.
Sure.
So you've got over $50,000. What is our threshold for permanent improvement?
So permanent improvement, there is no threshold.
Okay.
So it just depends on the intent of the project. So if you're increasing the efficiency, the floor space, if you're making a facility be able to be used in a different manner, and that's really what meets the need of a capital improvement. If you are really just getting something back to its original state, you're replacing the HVAC units with new HVAC units, that's when it's just repair and maintenance.
So a remodel would be a capital improvement.
Yes, so if you're,
Okay. Proceed.
so if you're remodeling an office and you're creating new office space, or you're changing the layout, you're making it usable in a different way, that's when you would consider it permanent. And that just goes back to accounting standards and the definitions there of permanent improvement projects.
So moving on, the Jack Hardwell facility roof access ladder, that is exactly what it stipulates. So currently there is not a ladder to the roof of the facility. We have to utilize a lift every time we want to access the rooftop units. So this would be to build a security type ladder that would mount to the side of the facility. Electrical upgrades for fans. As some of you may recall, we approved a project, I think it was late last year, or maybe even the beginning of this year, to add some oscillating fans in the hallways at Jack Harwell to help with some of the heat that builds up in the facility. So this would just be in addition to that. JP5, the building addition. So basically, we're still kind of early on with this project. This is a budget number that I put together based off of square footage. It may be less, it may be more. This was just our first glance at what we could come up with. So we went through and determined that the building was a little bit shy on square footage compared to the other JP facilities. We've gone to CPNY and we've got some numbers back on the initial design phase of the project. I'll bring that to court probably in the next couple of weeks. It's extremely high, so we may want to look at other avenues for that.
So does the square feet, okay, so what's our reason to expand it? Just because it's not the same size, or it's the space is needed?
The space is definitely needed. So they're maxing out the space now. They got a couple of individuals that are sharing offices and sharing space. There's absolutely no storage. So this even goes further back to Judge Villarreal. He had a request probably 3 years ago to go in and expand the building or put in a portable building for additional storage. So this is where we've ended up over the past couple of years putting this project together. And it's something that doesn't have to take place this year. It's just something we want to capture.
Okay.
But is it strictly for storage?
No, so this would be an office and a restroom, which would allow them to turn her current office into another office, so they could spread out.
And so it's adding to the existing footprint?
The existing structure, yeah.
The restroom, because that's probably a majority of the money, or a good bit of the money right there.
Yeah, I mean,
Is it a public access, or are they wanting a private?
It would be private access. Yeah. And I can't recall our other JP facilities. I don't believe any of the other judges have private restroom access. JP4, they do have a private restroom facility for the workers. JP3 is the same way, private restroom facility for the workers. So yeah.
Does 5 have one for the workers?
Yes.
So this would be just for the judge? Okay, I probably can't support that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And that would be something that we would cut out of the project if the court's not in support of. We could reduce the scope and just concentrate on the addition.
I can understand her footprint wanting to look like the others, but that's what we need to do, is make it look like the others. Not
Right.
necessarily.
Right.
If office space is needed and storage is needed, understood.
Yeah.
But if there's already facilities there, already bathroom facilities there, then I think that'd be a good way to cut some back.
Yeah. Yeah, we could definitely modify that.
Could I jump in on that?
Yes, sir.
I definitely want to see some value engineering to look at that cost, TJ.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and like I say, we're very, very early on. This is just a budget number that we put together based off of current square footage prices.
And back up to the ladder real quick. Have y'all looked at that as with SO as a security issue, having access to the roof all the time?
Yes, so we currently have a ladder access on to Highway 6. It's lockable and maintainable and secured. So that's what this would be on Jack Harwell is.
Okay.
The same thing.
All right. Thank you.
So moving down the list, the Cobb's Meeting Room, we got a request to create a large flex meeting space over at the Cobb's facility. This would be very basic. It'd be large enough to house about, I believe we put it in for about 200 people. It would also accommodate a men's and women's restroom facility as well. So it'd be very basic build out, HVAC included, not a whole lot to it. But from our understanding, they do house some rather large meetings over there in the facility, and this would allow them to take it even bigger. Engineer's office mod, so this is kind of a security-related thing. Zane's assistant that sits out front has a visual block based off of how her office is located to the entrance door. So this would be relocating a door frame, moving a window around to give her visual access to the front door to know when someone's coming in. The gate at Road and Bridge 1, so this is a request to install electric gate system. They currently have just your old style manual gate system. So we can see a lot of different facilities move in this direction in the future. I mean, it's the way to go. Road and Bridge 3, the pitched canopy. I don't know a whole lot about this request. I understand it's a basic carport style metal structure for Road and Bridge 3.
It's a cover for the heavy equipment. Yes.
The more we keep our equipment out of the weather, the better.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
if I may, back on the gate.
Sure.
We were going to wait for the electric gate request until the phone tower was finished down there, because currently we've given access to the road people via the current gate, so.
This is for one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this one's
I was gonna
Commissioner
say,
Smith.
but we might want to add a gate as well.
Oh.
Well, it should be a part of our,
Contract with Motorola?
it should be part of the contract with DPS. They're supposed to, I mean, it's their tower.
Right.
So, but we do need to change the gate there. It's a basic gate.
worn out.
Yeah, and it freezes up.
Okay.
easily.
So do we want to double this and put one in for Road and Bridge 3 as well?
I don't want to right now because of the uncertainty with the construction of the tower.
Okay.
I mean, it's not like it's gonna be a huge amount or anything, but.
Gotcha.
And we'll look at that fund here in a little bit after he goes through their request. And that's something that we always have contingencies in that fund. So if that comes up mid-year,
Sure.
we can
Just
do that mid-year.
Put it in a placeholder or just
Mhm,
under
we could-
Road and Bridge 3?
And I really think it's part of, and Ken can answer, because we've gone round and round about it.
And I'm not sure if Ken is on today or not, but we can find out.
Yes, I'm here. And I did want to say, yes, after the construction is done, we're going to, our idea is to put in this other gate and to put a fence around the tower from where it is now, and we'll have a separate gate entry to the tower side.
Yes.
So they can give out access to the tower to the different people that need it, rather than access to the entire yard.
So were they gonna help us with our gate, Ken, or what? Or is that gonna be separate? I can't remember.
I think because of the way that all was done, we're going to end up paying for all of it anyway.
The gate?
Yes.
And any repairs to our fence, any changes to our fence?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I haven't tried to go there because I don't have any idea when they're actually going to construct the tower.
Yeah.
So Ken, are we talking about much like what we did for Road and Bridge 4?
Yes, actually, yes, we are.
Okay. So do you want to go ahead and include that?
Sure.
Yeah. So we'll double that up and make one for Road and Bridge 1 and one for Road and Bridge 3 on the gate system. You want to do yours too? You can go ahead and put one in there for Road and Bridge 2.
Gates for everybody.
Gates for everybody. We might as well.
Merry Christmas.
With openers.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
So, I don't see anything on Trading House Park. I did look back in your other budget, and there's only 15,000 in there.
So, well, we moved the sand, didn't we? Yeah, we moved it a little bit further down. Let me hit this records building real quick. So this is just
Yeah, I'm
ADA.
sorry.
No, you're okay. ADA renovations. So CPNY is currently doing the study for us. They're probably about 50% complete with it. It's going to be a large ticket item. It'll be in multiple phases. We'll do a phase one, which will be basement and election side related to the handicap ramps and parking areas. And then phase two will be second floor, first floor, and the Fifth Street side related to handicap ramps. So this is kind of a budget number. We're throwing it in
What's
there.
the reality, you can get all that done in a year?
Very slim. It'll probably be a multi-year phased project.
Is this is this a phasing price or is this a total?
This is a total price.
Okay.
The concrete work itself is going to be expensive. It's going to be invasive.
Can you modify that to what you think you can actually accomplish in a budget year?
Sure. Yeah. Let me discuss that with CPNY
Yeah,
just
I
to
was
make
gonna
sure.
say how far are they along with the plan?
They're about 50%, almost 60%. They've been at it now for, I guess, going on about 3 months. So it's not too bad. There's a lot of studies and a lot of investigation going on, especially related to the parking lot, different grades. So it's pretty invasive. But yeah, we can go back and adjust this if we need.
PJ?
Uh-huh.
I don't know what we're talking about start-wise, but it would almost make sense to me to coordinate with the city of Waco to finish the road work around the records building before we start tearing into the records building and needing access from different sides and everything like that. If we had an idea of when Waco was going to be finished with Fifth and Fourth and Columbus and everything, it seem like it would help us.
Yes, absolutely. And I think we've got plenty of time. So the city will probably be wrapped up here within the next 3 to 4 months, and we likely won't start by then.
Okay.
That's hopeful. That's hopeful. We can wish. It's okay. But yes, going back to your question about Trading House, we don't have anything under 401. Dustin and I have kind of been talking to Mundo about bringing out the master plan associated with the parks. We do have some dollar figures set aside to kind of replenish the beach. We do have a few more picnic tables, barbecue pits, things of that nature to incorporate next year. So we didn't put a whole lot into it until we get that master plan finished up. We actually missed out on a couple of grants because we don't have it. So that's what we're concentrating on now.
Okay, and I haven't really been on all the roads since the rowing event, but I toured every piece of the park. The roads are getting pretty rough again, and I don't know if they just need to be reconditioned or bring more material or all the above.
Right. I think both. You know, this year before the rowing event, we came in with some crushed concrete and kind of touched up some areas back over in Park 3. We hadn't got our state allotment of rerun in quite a while, so hopefully this year we'll get some of that. We'll be able to put some more material on the roads. But if not, we'll always come back and do a budget amendment and get some more material. That'll fall more under repairs and maintenance anyway, so that'd be perfect.
Yeah, it would, yeah. And the capital improvements we're doing out there are minimal. I mean, so we ought to be good there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we don't want a lot of stuff we have to continually improve, maintain, but.
Right.
But everything else is, so anyhow.
Yeah, it's looking great.
So then,
Pretty much,
sorry.
oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Have we pretty much completed all the work on the boat ramps? On all the boat ramps?
Yes, yeah. So both the Hall Drive and Summerfield are open and active. Boaters have been using them now since the lake levels kind of came up a little bit. We were able to dig the Hall Drive boat ramp out a little bit deeper. They've been utilizing them now, and everything seems to be going great.
Yeah, it's getting busy out there again.
Yeah, yeah. It's good to see people on the water.
Yeah.
Because it looks like the rowing club is gonna keep their eye on Trading House Lake for.
Yeah, I met
future
with
events.
yesterday. They're working on plans, but there's nothing solid except maybe next year doing kind of the same thing. But you know, there's other things they're looking at too. So until we get more information,
Okay.
but I expect them to have another event within a year.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
And so just that top half of that sheet we're looking at, those are the ones we determined that they would be permanent improvements. So we
Right.
put those in the permanent improvement fund. And just to rehash, so that the JP building addition, we'll tweak, you can tweak that number based on the court's discussion there. We added in the additional gates for the other road and bridge precincts, and then the ADA renovations for the records building. We may adjust that number based on what can actually be
Okay.
done in this year. So
I
let's make
think
sure we're
that
all on the same
pretty
page.
well covers it.
Okay.
Anybody have any, does that sound correct? Everybody does to me? Okay.
Okay. And so then the bottom half, I'll let TJ go through those. And those are things that are more repair and maintenance, fall in that category. So.
Yes. So the bottom half are items that we identified that really need to take place. Now, some of these items don't necessarily have to take place this year. You know, pie in the sky, if we had our wish, every one of them would. But just based off of your agreement, we can move forward with the ones that we think are most important. So you'll see my general budget is kind of inflated, and this is why. These numbers we had incorporated in 401 after further discussions with Francis and Haley and Heather. They felt like these items really need to be repair and maintenance. So we'll go down through these. The gym shade canopy at Jack Hardwell facility, it is exactly what it says. So we have 2 large gyms over there that have openings that are currently covered by a chain link fence. This would just be to put a shade fabric over the top of that chain link to prevent the gyms from getting so hot in the summertime that inmates can't go out. It's pretty simplistic. It'll just be one of those things where it'll wear out within a 10 or 15-year period, and we'll have to replace it every so often. But it's definitely a cheaper solution than going in and building a hard structure.
And the Heart Texas Fair has a pretty good vendor that you might check into on that.
For shade
product.
structures?
Yeah. It's wind and shade break.
So moving down to the courthouse, the wayfinding signage, so the current directory out in the main lobby there above the magtrometers is completely packed. We can't fit anyone else on it. The county has grown to such where we really need to switch that over to electronic, just digital signage. That way it can flash through, rotate through. We can come up with a program for it, and it can be modified and changed fairly easily. So that's
Who would be
what
in
that
charge
is.
of changing it?
We would probably maintain the changes. We'd probably work with HR
Yeah.
to determine when those changes need to be made.
Okay, and then court scheduling, I don't know any of that.
Yes, I mean, absolutely. I mean, the options are limitless. You can put court schedules on there and it can rotate through. I mean, we can do basically anything with it. It'd be really nice.
And this might sound silly, but is there any historical, are we gonna get any historical pushback? or
Well, I
anything like that?
think, and I'll have to talk to Dustin about it in depth, but I think as long as we maintain the existing site where we currently have the wayfinding signage in the directory, as long as we don't overpower that and get too gaudy with it, we'll replace it with the like system and move on.
Okay.
Yeah.
They'll find something wrong with it.
Yeah. Maybe we don't tell them.
Yeah, ask for forgiveness. The Highway 6 roof, this is the roof replacement out on Highway 6. We've held this kind of on bond funds for the past couple of years, but we think it's probably best to go ahead and put it in repair and maintenance. This is one we do want to move forward with. You know, we're at the end of our lifespan with the roof coating we put on, I guess that was almost 7 years ago now. It was good for 5. We've maintained it this past couple of years. We've done some repairs. We've done some additional coatings. It's time we go ahead and replace this one.
So what will we put up there, like a Duralast or something like that?
So we'll do a 30-year TP&L or TP&O. We'll do a fully adhered half-inch DENS deck. It'll be a bulletproof system, and that's what we want for sure.
I think so too.
Yeah, much like we've done with everything else. Yeah.
So what's so different? Why move it to the general fund?
Roof repairs, if you're just replacing a roof, it should not, you're just getting a building back to its usable state. So it's not a capitalizable item. We've had placeholders in permanent improvement before for roofs, but technically, it should not be. It's not something we would capitalize.
Even if it's a 30-year
Yeah.
warrant life?
Yes. You have to follow the accounting rules on what you capitalize and what
So
you
has
don't.
that prevented us from doing this in the past, or is it just time now?
No, I think it's just been the timing of it.
Yeah. Moving down to the gate replacement on Highway 6. So this is your motorized gate system right there at the main gate. The past couple of years, it's really started to give us some fits. It's really starting to show its age. So this would be full replacement of that gate system and motor. Water flow devices at Highway 6. So we have some plastic water flow meter devices that feed each holding cell and each tank. This would be to change those over to a metal housing device. The current ones cannot be rebuilt, so we spend a ton of money on those parts. This would be a metal cartridge itself that can be rebuilt and maintained over years. The Muffin Monster upgrade, so this is the sewer grinder associated with Highway 6.
That's the most misleading name for
Isn't
any
it though?
piece of equipment I've ever seen.
Isn't it? Yeah, it's not a very nice feature. It does its job though. So we've noticed an influx of hard debris and materials coming through the sewers over the past couple of years from both jail facilities. Some of you may know there is no sewer system that feeds out of or down Highway 6 back into the water treatment plant. It all goes to a lift station at the end of our facility, back up towards Knife River and across on LaSalle, and then back down to the water treatment plant. So the city stays after us pretty hard when their lift station goes down due to our debris. So this is a penal grade fixture that will pretty much chop up anything you can put into it. So we definitely want to move forward with a couple of these in the near future. The models we have now are not penal style models. They aren't built for the type of debris that we're seeing in them, so they go down quite often. Sallyport lighting at Highway 6, it's just dark in the Sallyport. We need to add some additional LED lighting to brighten it up. Jack Harwell, Muffin Monster, that's the same thing. There's two, one at Highway 6 and one at Jack Harwell. So this would be a replacement of both of those. Waterproofing at the Records Building. So this is something that we've worked on the past couple of years. This will address the water that's leaking through the front porch down into the elections holding area, as well as some areas above the windows where some flashing details need to be corrected.
You think you can correct that?
Huh? What's that?
You think you can correct it?
You can. It's a very invasive project. You got to pull out a couple of courses of brick and put in new flashing detail behind them and brick it back in. Yeah.
That thing's leaked.
Forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Spate Parking Garage on Baylor campus was the same way, and we had to pull 3 rows of brick out all the way around the building and put in new flashing.
Great.
I thought we'd set it up to where it all went into Randy's office.
Well, there's quite a bit that goes in there, but he's just put plants underneath it.
Just put one of those sewer grinders over the top of it.
Over there? That's a good idea. Courthouse landscaping, so we approved the project to go ahead and do the upgraded flower beds on the Fifth Street side of the courthouse. This would be to bring in, have someone design and execute some additional flower beds for the front of the courthouse to just dress it up.
Is there irrigation over there for them?
Yes, sir, there is.
Yeah.
We're fully irrigated at the courthouse.
Okay.
Sheriff's Office bathroom remodel, over a span of probably, I guess, about the past 12 years that I know of, we've gone in and renovated the majority of the restrooms over at the Sheriff's Office. This is the last remaining restroom, and this would just be an upgrade. You know, it's been in the same state since probably the early 80s when the building was constructed, so we want to go in and just kind of update it. Sheriff's Office gate upgrade. This is much like the one out at Highway 6. The gate over at the Sheriff's Office is old, it's worn out, just needs to be replaced with a new unit and an upgraded motor system. So,
Go ahead. So any other thoughts or questions on that list?
Seeing none,
I'm a little concerned about the $1.5 million on the roof.
It's a lot of, yeah, it's definitely a lot of money.
And how we want to pay for that.
And you have to, unless you use bond funds, your general fund and your permanent improvement fund are both funded by your M&O rate. So, so it's, it would be adjusted, through the M&O either way. We have bond proceeds, of course, and we'll talk about that here in just a bit.
And
But spoken
it's my
for with the
understanding
big
we have
project.
bond proceeds that we need to spend also too, soon.
I know roofing was identified in some of those bond sales.
Yes, yes.
So let's check that. So just to be clear, you're not
I'm
concerned
fine,
about.
yeah, if
getting
it
roof
needs a new roof, if it's
It's where the
leaking.
source of funding.
Yeah, the source of funding.
Gotcha.
And we'll look at that here in a minute when we look at
Just
the
to,
funds, lay them out.
Just to help the impact of on the taxpayer, so.
Absolutely.
Okay. So those are the new, just kind of wanted to walk through those specifically. And then now, and it's on your second page of your handout, we're going to look at the general fund, Department 0110. And so just look at how those things he went through, how that's affecting the budget, as well as a couple other things that have changed. So again, Department 0110 in the general fund. And TJ, I guess we'll just kind of walk through. I know there's just some slight increases there,
Sure.
Supplies and furniture and equipment.
Yeah. So we put a 3% increase in supplies for this year, just knowing how the market's swinging upward. It's not going to be enough. I can tell the court right now that we're going to have an overrun on our supply account for this year. We'll have to come back before the year is up just for some additional funding to supplement. So what we found over the past couple of years and ever since COVID has taken place, there seems to be an influx of people that are starting to wash their hands. So we run through the paper goods like you wouldn't believe. It's been incredible to see how high we've gone over the past 3 years in just materials. So this is that. The 3% will get us by. I don't think it's going to get us through the full year, but we can live with that for now. Furniture and equipment.
Why don't we bump that up to like 85,000 or something like that?
That's what I was thinking. It's not that much to bump it up to 4, 5%. See what that is.
4% or 5%.
If you're gonna spend 90 this year,
So that's a little over, if you just make it an even 85,000, a little over 5% there.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I think that's great. That should definitely cover us until the last few months of next year, and then we can reevaluate and see where we are.
I'd like to point out it's unusual for us to come in and up somebody's budget. but
Right.
Don't want to make a habit of it. But
That's the first time I've seen it. That was
Already-
nice. That was nice.
What we've already taken out, though. I think we're still to the good.
Really good.
net.
Oh, okay. I was wondering why that had jumped up. I remember now. Yeah, that's great. So the furniture and equipment line item, you'll see those two items that we've incorporated in there. That's the increase that we're seeing there. So it'd be the wayfinding directory for here at the courthouse, and then Jack Harwell facility gym canopies.
Okay.
And then moving down. So this, right, this is the scary line item. This is one that catches everybody's eye, but it incorporates all of those projects on the list that we just discussed. So that's yeah.
And so I think you just added, I think it was a 3% increase on your basic repair and maintenance with those additional projects that he just talked through.
Right. In the Trading House Park, you'll see we bumped it to the 30. That's just for additional material for the beach. We can do some other things with that, some picnic tables, canopies, things of that nature.
Where do we still have janitorial services, TJ?
So we currently have janitorial services. There's a couple of buildings downtown that they still maintain All of our JP offices countywide are still maintained through janitorial services.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Okay, the repair and maintenance deferred, there's a large ticket item on there that we incorporated for this year. After further analysis from our chiller team on our rooftop chiller system, or fan system, we found that a couple of the gearboxes and fans are starting to go out and they need to be replaced. So this is incorporating those into that next year's budget. Yeah.
And I think that covers the increases there. And again, the largest increase there, that repair and maintenance line, the largest chunk being the roof for the jail. But like, you all said, we can revisit that and keep coming back to it if you want to fund it differently, or if it's something we don't want to do this year. I can't really speak on that side of it, but. Okay.
Yeah.
And so then, unless there's anything else to discuss there, we'll jump over to the permanent improvement fund.
Before we jump over there, while we're in the general budget, what are the court's thoughts on an on-call stipend for folks that are on call? So what we're finding is, I've got an influx of on-call from the guys out at the jail that run, 24-hour service, and the guys downtown that run 24-hour service. I'm really looking for an incentive for those guys to be on call, because right now there is none. The jail is very, very invasive. If you're on call, you're going to get called out every single night that you're on call. It's just the nature of the beast. So what I'm looking at, what can I do to incentivize those guys to be on call or want to be on call? At the university, we did an on-call stipend. It was basic $150 a week every time you're on call. I just didn't know, how the court felt about that. We don't do overtime. We do comp time. And, we have to face it. We have an influx of PTO already. We have tons of time off. It's just being able to take that time off. So we're looking for different ways and different avenues to kind of entice folks to, want to carry the phone, not go out of town on weekends when they're on call. Just something, that we're looking at.
TJ, we kind of
Are you saying they get on call every night?
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, when you're on call out the jail, you usually get a call every night.
Every night.
Yes, sir.
But
We
you
just don't want to
rotate
have
who's
somebody
on
working
call.
nights. We don't want to have somebody working nights instead of days then?
No, just because we don't have the manpower. If we had the manpower, I'd love to have a guy that's there overnight. It would just be one of those positions that's extremely hard to fill. Truthfully, we have a hard time finding even evening janitors. But to find a true technician that's willing to do an overnight shift is pretty difficult.
And I think if we're gonna look at anything like that, there's a more global approach we're gonna have to take to that, because we've got several folks that are on call.
Right, absolutely, yeah.
And so I don't know if I'm quite ready to crack that can of worms yet. But
Yeah. It's really tough. It really is.
So it's all comp time now.
Yeah. How do you incentivize someone to take time away from their family, not go out of town, not enjoy themselves on the weekend to be on call, and still pick up the phone when it rings? So it's tough.
It is.
We just don't take turns.
Yes, sir. They rotate out the jail once every 7 weeks when we're fully staffed. And then downtown, it's about once every 10 to 12 weeks when we're fully staffed.
So if you're fully staffed, 10 weeks, 52, that's what, 5 times a year?
Yes, sir.
That's something we need to think about, yep.
Do you want to move to permanent improvement?
Yes, we can, if you're ready. So moving to the permanent improvement fund, which is where some of the projects TJ spoke on will fall. And again, just to remind you, of course, our M&O rate you dictate how much we put in the permanent improvement fund each year. Consistently, we've been putting a portion of the rate equal to about $1 million over here. And so it's been keeping this fund going, but it may be something that we want to revisit, and we'll look at that later. But on this sheet, at the very top, just to kind of give you an overview, so we're estimating that at the beginning of the next year, we're going to start with about 4.1 million. If we kept that same portion of the M&O rate at about $1 million, some interest revenue, we're looking at about 5.2 million that we have to work with for this next year. And that is because we have built some fund balance up in that fund just by putting $1 million of tax revenue over there. So just wanted to give you an update there. And then moving down that sheet, you'll see the next section is anticipated completed. So those are things that TJ is anticipating to complete this year, and we do not need to rebudget these projects for the next year. Sometimes we may make adjustments to these before the budget's adopted, just because sometimes something doesn't pan out exactly how it should. But for the most part, these are things that we're closing out during this fiscal year. And then the next section is a section of projects that we will rebudget for. And those, of course, being the capital improvements we make at the fairgrounds. That's, the $100,000 per our contract there. And then do you want to talk through the rest of them? Sorry, I'm trying to let you.
So the Highway 6 jail door modifications. So this is the segregation doors. We started phase 1 this year. We'll have it complete prior to the year end. This is phase 2. I kind of break it up east and west. We're taking care of west this year. The east we'll take care of next year. So this will fund phase 2. CSCD building modifications. So every year we put a line item in for this. Adult probation is constantly changing, constantly being modified, so we can house their employees and make their workspace comfortable. So we always incorporate a line item to go in and divide up an office to gain 2 spaces, or tear out a wall between 2 to gain a new classroom. This is what that covers. So we roll it from year to year. Archives building and storage facility. So this is one that we've had on there for a couple of years now, just waiting to see how things were going to fall out with health services. We know now that it's going to be a couple of years before we do anything with health services as far as an overall permanent move. This number would allow us to go in and do some strategic demolition throughout the facility to open it up, to gain more access for storage. But in this number, we would like to go ahead and incorporate some offices on the first floor for John's staff. So we would move them from the second floor in their current housing down to the first floor in a new series of offices, and then go ahead and demo out their space on the second floor to gain more storage for files for future use. So this is kind of that rolling number that we've had the past couple of years. We want to go ahead and execute next year at the beginning of the year and get this one off our table. And then Road and Bridge 1, door modification. So we did phase 1 of their shop last year where we incorporated new electric roll-up doors on their maintenance shop. This is phase 2 to complete the project.
So again, in this fund, those are the projects that you've heard about in previous years rolling forward. We've talked through the new items, which some adjustments will be made, but those new items will be added into this fund. And then, we will, I think it's probably best that we'll put the remainder. If you keep the tax rate breakdown the same, we'll just stick the remainder in contingencies, and that'll allow you to move from that during the year. So if a project comes up, there's a couple that were brought up, we can move from that during the year, create new line items and keep moving forward. But at this time, it looks like, with keeping that portion of the M&O rate the same, even with the new projects that TJ presented today, that will be able to accommodate it for this next year with no problems. So. If nothing else there, we're gonna look at the bond funds and just give you a little update and just talk about how this all plays in together. So That next page of your handout is a detail of we'll just start at the top. The purple section is projects that are currently and have been budgeted in the 2019 bond proceeds. So you'll see there the tower project, there was a piece budgeted there, and then Chapel Road. So Chapel Road is the big one there that I think is going to be ramping up quickly. But that is what is eating into the proceeds there from the 2019 bond currently. The next section under the orange bar, these are 2021 bond proceed projects that have been approved by the court and budgeted. And so you'll see there we have some work done on 415 Columbus. We have tower project lines. We have a piece for the downtown jail project, which is our contract with Brinkley Sargent. There's a small piece there that was budgeted for Trading House Lake, Panther Branch Road, and then the voting equipment line. So as soon as we get confirmation that each of these projects has been closed out and is completely complete, then we will clean out those budgets for whatever is remaining. So, you know, one of those being voting equipment. I know there was a lingering invoice there, but that will be cleared out as soon as that's done. But just wanted to show you what is budgeted in those funds as of right now. And then the very bottom section under the green, so these are unallocated bond proceeds. So you have not set a budget for these yet. You have not approved any projects. So you'll see there 19, 21, and 22, and that we have a total there of 21 million. And now that number, it's ever changing, but that's a number very similar to that is what we were looking at when we were talking about the downtown jail project and how we were going to fund that project. So in my mind, that 21 million is spoken for as far as the downtown jail project. There's no reason you couldn't use some of that for something different, like a roof project or some other project. But just know that when you're eating into that, you know, eventually down the road, you know, we may need to look at another source to finish out the downtown jail. But just wanted to point that out there. Okay. And I just always want also, again, you could use it for something else. But, you know, the last few years, we've been sitting on these proceeds, and it's been nice when something does come up, we've been able to say, let's use bond proceeds, let's proceed. And so we just want to be really watchful of that amount there, knowing with that big project there on the horizon. So just being watchful that we budget really specifically at the beginning of the year on what we really think is going to occur, because it will be harder and harder as new things pop up mid-year to find funding for them that's not budgeted.
I do think we need to kind of keep an eye on and see where this downtown jail project, as we get closer in and more information, kind of where it's going to be before we make any big moves with some of this funding, because we may, like you pointed out, may need it to finish it out.
And then this August, what are we adding to it in August?
Yeah, that was my question.
20, I have it right here.
20, right at 20.
Yeah, the not to exceed was 20 million.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we have ARPA funding also set aside for that project as well.
Up to 10 or 9, something.
Yeah, and with the HVAC systems that could fall in, I think it's about right under 15 million of ARPA funding that we've. Revenue.
Yeah, we had like 9.1 in the lost revenue portion still available, I believe, and then we've have allocated 5 million for the HVAC type work.
It's 49 and 5 be 4, which is, hopefully that covers it. But I think let's get a little further, get more knowledge about what we anticipate.
And just a reminder, I think that rough order of magnitude pricing from Irwin would range from like 44.7 million to 55.
Yeah.
And then we still had that discussion about looking at the third floor annex courtroom, doing it maybe at a later date or something. So
Right.
Thank you, Justin. Okay. So I think that sums up what we wanted to present to you as far as large road and bridge, large repair and maintenance and capital projects for next year. So I know there's a couple things that we're look at and tweak a little bit. But other than that, if you have anything else, just let he or I know. And
So, this may be a good time to take a 5-minute recess.
Great.
Good. All right, let's recess for about 5 minutes. Okay, Francis, who's the next victim?
So we were gonna go into Road and Bridge next and continue our, big project discussions, but we're gonna take a detour and, we have Constable, Strickland with us, Constable Precinct 1. And, we're going to talk about their capital outlay request.
Okay.
We had green light the department early on, for no increases, but they did have a request for 2 vehicles. So we're gonna let them speak on that request. And this is, falls in Department 7920, which is our capital outlay department in the general fund. So
Right.
you'll see their, patrol vehicles with equipment, and the total quotes, this is based on actual quotes, is $143,068 for those 2 vehicles. Turn it over to them.
All right. Morning.
They've gone up almost 20,000 in a year.
Pardon me?
They've gone up, I'm sorry, Joe.
That's all right.
They've increased in price almost 20,000 in the past year.
Wow.
Same vehicle.
What kind of vehicles are they?
We've been buying Dodge Durangos and Dodge pickups. Last year, we could not get a pickup at all. We don't know yet whether we can get a pickup or not, but we have been told we can get the Durango.
So you didn't even get a new vehicle last year then?
Yes, sir, we did.
You
We've been
did?
getting one per year.
Okay.
And we came, 3 years ago, we tried to look ahead and just didn't work out. Last year, or in 21, no. When we added a position in 21, the court asked us if we wanted, a vehicle and uniform and things for that. And we did decline it because at that time, we were discussing with the court buying more vehicles that year anyway, and I didn't want to confuse the 2 issues. Turned out we didn't buy more vehicles, and so we didn't even get his vehicle that year. Where we are right now, we have a Crown Vic with 230,000 miles that is spending about as much time in the shop being repaired as it is being driven. It was our spare vehicle, but we had to put it in service.
Be sure that microphone's right in. I'm getting messages to be sure to speak into.
Okay. So,
I think it's those,
this
those wireless that work better.
Is this better?
It's better in here.
You're here. You're actually here.
Okay.
Yeah.
My favorite place. Okay, I'll start over real quick. The Crown Vic's 230,000 miles. It's spending more time in the shop being repaired than it is driven, basically. Then we have our 2009 Ford Expeditions that have 188,000 and 180 respectively. They're running good. The problem is they've got modules going out that's creating the dash light, brake light, ABS, things like that coming on. And they can't be inspected at this point because there's no replacement modules for them.
Law enforcement in an uninspected vehicle doesn't sound like it's be something.
Well,
be-
probably,
It has to be inspected to get the registration sticker.
Yeah.
So they do get inspected, but they're supposed to.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're underway with that program in the state, so.
Yeah, the state inspections are going away, I think, in 2025, when they go to the.
Just a side note.
Metal plates.
so anyway, that's why we've asked for 2 vehicles this year. We really need to replace one of these 3 units. And then our normal 1 year, 1 vehicle a year that we agreed to way back there.
Well,
So,
the sheriff's department reported on maintenance equipment about how the cost of repairs at 150,000 up on Tahoes, which I may have a few more problems than others, but that it doesn't make sense to just keep driving a vehicle till you have to park it or have to park it. So
So would you, replace the Crown Vic in one of the Expeditions?
yes, sir.
If you, okay, that's all I have.
okay.
And we're just asking y'all to look at that here at the end of the year. You've had time, you kind of know where your budget's going. And if it works, it's great. And if it doesn't, please let us know so
Okay.
that we can act accordingly on our end.
All right. Appreciate it.
Is there anything else you need?
No.
You want to give us a bunch of money or, I mean?
You just asked for a bunch. That's
The
not
giving
necessary.
part comes after the ask. Give us a little time there.
I'll point something out while they're here too,
Yeah.
in case you have any questions. There is a line, and it's the lease program, the Axon body camera program that you went into the agreement with
Right.
last year. And we have that amount for this next year here. I know that decision's already been made, but just wanted to point that out.
Okay.
In case you had any questions about that program.
Also on that, I think we're bringing it up in the next Commissioners Court. The grant that we had got for the body cameras for the hardware portion, they have extra money that they want to give us, so they're going to give us money for the storage.
Okay.
So Carter's done all the paperwork and everything. We just have to get the commissioners to approve it, and then they can start giving money back
Okay.
on that same grant. It's the same grant, it's just they have money to give us.
Okay.
So they're going to pay for the storage, and I think they'll pay up to $20,000 a year.
Okay,
But that'll come to court on the 25th.
okay, we'll
Okay.
be ready for it.
Okay.
All right, thank y'all.
All right, guys, y'all have a good day.
All right.
Thank y'all.
And then, just again, I know we'd kind of detoured here, but there was only one other item we haven't covered or heard about on capital outlay, and that's a vehicle request from the district attorney's office. And so they were able to come down and meet with us, so just want to go ahead and check that one off as well. And you'll see there they're requesting a Dodge Ram 1500.
Good morning.
Good morning, how are y'all?
Excellent. Josh Teeton's here. I brought our chief investigator, Jason Chambers, and he is going to be able to speak more specifically on the vehicle request than I
Okay.
could, and happy to take questions.
All right, pitch till you win.
Action.
Never having done this before, I'm gonna give it my best shot.
Okay.
We're looking for one, and the purpose for the truck is because normally when we pick up people or move people around, we have to go to Dallas, Fort Worth, Killeen, Love Field, that kind of thing. Sometimes it's more than 2 family members, requires a lot of luggage. We have to go to prison units. Generally, when we go to prison units, we have to take the attorneys with us. And if it's not those cases, then we're taking those witnesses that are involved in the criminal cases, picking them up at their houses, sometimes out of the city. As far as the Oklahoma border, we've picked up people and brought them back because it was just cheaper and faster for us to do that, to go and get them and bring them back.
So is this a extended cab pickup?
Yes,
is what you're
extended
saying?
cab or crew cab,
Yeah.
4-door with bed cover, so for the luggage.
Okay,
and
bed
things.
cover, so you can haul the luggage and
Yes, sir.
haul it.
And then the other things is that sometimes we have to pull people in that you don't necessarily want in your personal car. Prostitutes, homeless people, there are odors involved in all of that, and a lot of cleaning.
Okay.
And right now, we have 8 investigators in the office, and they all use their own personal vehicles, whether they're serving a subpoena, going to pick somebody up, and as y'all, I think, are aware, we're doing far more of that in the last 6 months than we have been.
And they get the reimbursement rate for their own vehicle.
For mileage,
so-
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So this expense would be offset by not having to use.
Yeah, you'd just see a fuel cost instead of reimbursement for
I'll be
mileage.
glad to offer up some of those little pine tree things. I have an in on those.
He's one of the more generous commissioners.
Would it be assigned to a certain investigator or just?
I think since there's only gonna be one that it'll be parked here, and no, it won't be assigned to anyone.
Not a
It'll be-
pool.
It'll have to go out as need arises.
Yeah.
But so, for the most part, we're still gonna use our personal cars. But when we have need to do those things that require multiple parties go in different places, then that would be the reason for it.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Right.
Any issues anyone have? Okay, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, so getting back to our regularly scheduled agenda, we're gonna move to the road and bridge discussion now. And so, of course, each of you has a department in the general fund, so 3610, 3620, 30, or 40. And there were slight changes in each budget, of course, from last year to this year. Not all increases, but I didn't know if y'all wanted to talk through those or provide any information to each other about your requests for next year. Of course, all reasonable requests. But I just didn't know your feelings on those before we just, move on and check those departments off.
I think I've seen everybody's and I didn't have any questions.
Okay,
I did make a modification. I brought my road materials line back to the FY 2023 level. I didn't change it, I brought it down.
Because you think that's what you need.
Well, I think we can find another fund for a special project that I have put in my budget.
Okay.
But in talking to another commissioner and the county engineer, I think we can find another source of funding.
Okay, good. Other than that, anybody have anything else? Okay.
so we'll, just wanted to bring those up and just, make sure we touched on them. There are also 4 departments set up for McPups for each precinct. And we've had placeholders in there for a while now. I would just like to pull those departments out and not fund even a placeholder. If for some reason, if there is some intent, let me know to bring back McPups. But if anything happened that you had a program start up like that, even mid-year, we could accommodate the cost in your road and bridge departments. We could do budget amendments out of contingencies, the general fund contingencies, and increase lines for that purpose.
And
But
all those
before we-
people, oh, excuse me.
Oh, no.
I thought you were done.
And so, just, it just kind of cleans up the departments a little bit. It kind of looks like there is some intent to maybe possibly fund that mid-year, so we just wanted to pull that out and make sure that was okay with
And
everyone.
I believe HR is, on the job descriptions for those folks, it's broadened what, because they're not doing that job, now they're doing something else. So are we good with their description and what they're doing now?
Which titles?
McPups?
The jailers that were pulled out to do the prisoner utilization program for each precinct.
Well, we- Yeah, I don't think there's any people in those positions right
Mine
now.
actually
Mine went back.
retired and then we didn't replace him. So
Okay.
Yeah, there's
so-
no positions in those departments, it's
Well,
just.
good, yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
but just wanted to touch on it without doing it, without talking through it.
It wasn't funded last year.
No,
But we did have a dollar place on it.
yes.
So, yeah, unless someone else disagrees, I think we
I'm fine with that.
eliminate those.
Yeah, I don't have anyone in that spot.
Okay?
And so now I want to move to what we, in general fund for road and bridge, you each have your own department, and then we have this department we've created, the county-wide road and bridge activity department. And so just to walk through these lines, there's some lines in there with placeholders. If something comes up, we had a need, we've created these to accommodate budget amendments. But your roadside cleanup services line, I have not heard anything different about increases there as far as prices goes. And so we are being billed weekly, and so we're budgeting the $312,000 again there.
For instance, the only thing I would recommend, just check with Ken and see when that comes up for
Okay.
renewal, just so
Contract.
we can
Yes.
anticipate whether we have
Yes.
an increase coming.
We have a professional services line, so things like the geotechnical studies, engineer surveying, things that come up that the engineer's office helps facilitate, and so that this line kind of captures those services which fall in that category. And we're leaving the budget the same as it was last year at $250.
Is that based on projections of needing it or just historically,
I
that's
think
where we've
it's
already
fun
had it,
to
always
know
had it?
what, and Zane, if you want to go ahead and come up, because I'm sorry, we're gonna get heavy into this discussion soon. But I know it is hard to know exactly when some of those things are gonna come online, but we feel like, and we'll look at some of the projects here in a minute. I think that seems like that might be a reasonable number.
I think that's low.
Okay.
It probably needs to be bumped up, just because we have so many projects that are in the hopper or could be in the hopper for this fiscal year '24. That's going to be a low number. I think easily you could probably double that.
Okay,
Now, on which one? Professional
so
services?
professional services,
Because, Judge, that's going to include your engineering consulting fees.
Right.
That's going to include your land surveying, your geotechnical exploration, and then, if we have to acquire right-of-way, then there's the real estate consulting
Okay,
services as well.
okay, yeah, makes sense.
okay. So just for discussion, we'll go ahead and change that one to 500 and then we can come back to it if needed. We have two lines there for special projects. There was the Mark project and then the McGregor project, but nothing needs to be budgeted for those for the next year. Those are complete.
So if there was a project that came up in the county, but not, you know, in a specific, it turns out that it's in a specific precinct, but the overall court approves it. Where would that funding come in? You know, like an emergency
Yes.
deal or something, you know?
Yes. And that's what I was gonna.
Anticipated in regular budget.
And the line I'm about to get to, that's what I was going to actually bring up and let you know that was there for. So you read my mind. And so then there's the right-of-way purchases. So that amount there, there's some always budgeted there, but there are these tech stop projects that's tied to. But then going down to that bottom line, so Judge, getting back to your question there, this is where over the last couple of years, you've budgeted an amount, and then Zane has presented, you know, at budget time, what we think the projects that may be able to be completed or that money is used for. It's always hard to tell, timing wise, when projects are able to get up and running. But this line, you know, it's titled infrastructure, bridges, low water crossings. We may retitle that a little bit, but use that for things that we contract out so that the road and bridge staff are not specifically doing. And that could be bridges, low water crossings. It could also be road projects. And then it could also be, like the judge said, so if something comes up, no one's expecting it, you know, if you're going to bid that out, outsource that work to be done, we could accommodate those costs here. Because, you know, a lot of times those are larger costs. And then having it all here also, you know, Zane is very heavily involved in those projects to help you, so we could.
So you mentioned we not need to broaden out language, so I think we do need to do that. So if we get
Yes.
into the year, that we make sure that the language in this item covers those things that might be unanticipated at this moment.
And Judge, if I may, there's 3 road projects that have been in conversations recently and in the past that they're road projects, they're not bridge and low water crossing projects. And so since they're a road project, they don't necessarily fit within the bridges and low water crossing, you know, pot of money there. And so those three roads that I'd like to bring to your attention are they're in precincts 1, 2, and 4. And precincts 1, we've already hired an engineer to look at what was a bridge/creek, Bullhide Creek issue for erosion, but now the solution is turned into a road project. It's relocating the road. So it's really a road project now. And so the other 2 road projects that need some attention is Tom Ledbetter Road near the quarry in precinct 4. We've done a test strip of asphaltic overlay on a short distance of it. The residents love it. It's cut down dust tremendously, and it's easier on the trucks because it's smoother, it's not as rough. And so if we could get the rest of that road overlaid, that'd be a tremendous benefit to the residents out there. And there are more residents that are moving out there. The land is being subdivided, so there's growth out on that road. And then, of course, the business of the quarry out there, those trucks, and a lot of those truckers, some of them are, you know, consultant truckers. They're contract truckers too as well, so.
Zane, real quickly too, just so you'll know, as you're going in on Tom Ledbetter, all that property back to the left that we thought was gonna be developed at one time, that looks like it's back on the plan again. So there could be a subdivision coming in.
So even more urgent that we get that road paved.
It's gonna be dangerous.
And so, if you don't mind, I was gonna say, so this line we could use, we'll tweak it a little bit, and then we'll accommodate these larger projects, no matter if they may be a road or a bridge, or if it's planned or not planned. And so our question kind of lies here is, how much do we budget in that line for this purpose? What we have is just the budget from last year, of course. And so that's definitely, when we're about to look at the detail, definitely not gonna be enough this year, but just need your guidance there. And
Francis,
so,
real quickly, is that also where you take like Rancho Lorena or all the new subdivisions that are coming in are using that micro seal. Is that where that fund, because we don't do that, so we have to hire outside.
So if it is, we could, yes. And so what you'll see, and we do this with many lines in our budget, in our ledger, you know, you see that budgeted line, but then we'll create sub-accounts on all those lines. Again, throughout, you'll see this a lot when you're looking at your budgets. But as you say, hey, we're gonna use, you know, this much money for this project, this much money for this bridge, we'll create sub-accounts so that you can actually track those projects. And they'll all roll up to this budget line. That's what the public, you know, has the right to see and speak on when we propose the budget. But as the year goes on, we'll break those out. And so, yes, I think definitely that would fit in here. And as this grows, you know, we may create different lines, we may break it out, but in the end, we just want to make sure the lines are clear, and that also that for accounting purposes, for budgeting purposes, that we're able to track it. So that, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump into your, they have this spreadsheet. So
Great.
This is the next page in your packet. And so this was some estimates and some projects that Zane had put together that we anticipate for next year. So I'll let him talk through those, and then we can look at the funding for those items.
So the top section there in blue, those are 9 bridge and low water crossing projects. 4 of them, we already have consultants on the top 4, and those are kind of in order of what I really think is going to occur in fiscal year '24, because we've already got consultants on board, they're designing the plans, and so, you know, I anticipate those projects churning out in fiscal year '24. Items 5 and 6 and 7, those will potentially, very well likely could occur in fiscal year '24. Item number 8, the Hazelwood Avenue, I'm kind of waiting on some federal or state funding. So, you know, I do need to get a consultant on board for that, but as for when that money is going to become available, that's a wait and see. And then we're still trying to get the final drainage flood study from Walker Partners now that the FEMA has approved their LOMR for a large area of flood study within the city and outside the city. Now that that's done, then Walker Partners can continue on with that flood study for the 12th Street Bridge replacement in Precinct 1. So those are the costs for bridges and lower crossings. Now that's just construction. That's an estimated cost for construction. That doesn't include the professional cost like she Francis talked about earlier, for professional services such as other engineering, geotechnical, right-of-way acquisition, consulting services, land surveying, stuff like that. And then the yellow there for the roads, I just mentioned the Bullhide Creek Road relocation, and then the other 2 were, one was Tom Ledbetter we spoke about. The third one was potentially Orchard Lane in Precinct 2. May need some repair and overlay on Orchard Lane, and so I had a couple of just estimated prices there for Tom Ledbetter and Orchard Lane of being roughly $400,000 each, for a total of $800,000. So if you add that to the Bullhide Creek estimate of $700,000, that's $1.5 million for roads. For the bridge and low water crossing, it's roughly $5.8 million.
And most of those would be done, if not all, by, at least in part, third-party contractor.
Yes, sir. We would hire a consultant if we don't already have one. And then once the consultant has the plans, then we'll start with the geotech. We'll start with land surveying, and then we will acquire right-of-way if necessary. And then once the plans are ready to go, we'll advertise for construction, and then have a contractor come in, third-party contractor come in and build it.
Okay.
And so, you know, for those professional fees, we increased that line up there earlier in the department. And so then for the actual projects, this is where I know, Zane, you mentioned, so items number 1, 2, 3, and 4, those are pretty much guaranteed we'll get to them. I know anything can happen, but those are 2024. We definitely need to include those 4 items. And that came to 2.85 million for those 4. 5, 6, and 7 were iffy.
I would say 5 and 6 and 7, yeah. I think they'll go as well.
Okay.
The 8 and 9, that could go into fiscal year 25. But I wanted to keep it on the list just to not lose it and forget about it.
Okay, so,
Hey, Zane?
Yes,
can I
sir.
Ask a question. If we're looking at existing roadways and we're not talking about buying up right away or anything like that, how do we determine when it's something that we're not going to do in-house and that we're going to have to bid out?
So if it's going to be something more than a chip seal, if it's going to be an asphaltic road, a concrete road, or some types of maintenance that we don't currently have the equipment or the expertise to accommodate, such as the crack sealing, the micro surface sealing, those types of maintenance procedures, then we would bid that out or just get quotes and have a third party complete that work.
You know, like we piggyback with Hewitt, with Woodway,
Right, for
multiple times on
the
those.
maintenance in the past, recent past, we've piggybacked with other cities when they've done preventative maintenance projects, and we've gotten good prices by piggybacking with them, because you're getting more volume of work, so the prices are lower. And so then we have a third-party contractor come in and seal our cracks on our roads. So we have subdivisions that go in, and they are usually within the ETJ of Waco, so they have to follow City of Waco's standards, construction standards, and so they're asphaltic roads with curb and gutter. That's quite a bit different from our chip and seal county roads with ditches. And so now that these neighborhood roads are starting to need preventative maintenance, we're not really prepared to do that, so we need to do third-party work.
Just seems like sometimes we're getting pushed into the corner on having to do something a certain way that costing us a lot of money because we don't have that capability.
So have we taken those roads into our system, the ones that,
We have taken some roads into our system that are asphalt roads, yes, and curb and gutter.
and do you have that, is there an estimate for any of that?
No, sir, I've left that to the road and bridge foremans to kind of track. They bird dog those roads when they go in during construction, and then we will accept those roads. I will bring those roads to court for consideration and acceptance of those roads once there's been 2 years of time elapsed, and there's 60% of the houses are being lived in within those neighborhoods. And that allows for the initial damage of the roads to occur from the construction vehicles, the concrete trucks, the trash trucks, the schools, the buses, the Amazons, and then we'll see just how well those roads are really built and if they're holding up. A lot of times, all that's necessary is the cracks to be filled, or there could be maybe a micro surface overlay for the entire roads, and then I recommend that they be accepted. If there's any potholes or base failures, then those would need to be corrected as well. We also look at drainage to make sure that the roads aren't being flooded because either the storm sewers were not put in properly, or all of the homeowner fences are directly on the ground blocking the natural flow of water. They should have been raised, and since you have multiple builders within the neighborhood, it's kind of hard to regulate that. So, but the
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
The developer is ultimately responsible until we take those roads in.
And we don't know about.
Explain micro surface overlay.
Micro surface overlay has oil and like a sand in it. And so they go from edge of road to edge of road, and they place it on the roadway, and that kind of goes into all the cracks. Ideally, you want to seal the cracks first, and then you seal the entire roadway with this asphaltic oil that's got some small sand, a little bit larger than sand, stone in it, and that's your driving surface. That becomes your driving surface.
And that's a pre-mix that goes in like that. It's not, you don't lay the oil down, then lay the sand over it.
That's
it's
correct.
already an emulsion.
There's multiple ways of doing it, but the ones that's recommended is it's all in a large tank, and it comes out like a distributor, and it spreads it on the road, on half the road, and then you come back down the other half of the road, and then you let it dry, and then it's ready for travel.
And that's what you were asking about earlier,
Correct.
right? Okay.
Correct.
So, that's something, and y'all don't have that budgeted in your department, like those
You know,
types of,
we-
because you
we-
don't know
Right.
what.
And,
Okay.
and we don't know when we're gonna be able to piggyback with somebody.
Okay.
We don't have that ability, so sometimes
Okay.
it can come up on short notice of, hey, Timber Ridge, we need to look at that, and we get in there and, yeah.
Okay.
And then we can't estimate what the cost is because we have to get the third party in there to give us a cost. So it's kind of an unknown until we get ready to do it.
So with that being said, so it seems, just taking out like number 8 and number 9 on that list, and then adding the 800,000 for, I think I'm saying this right, the Tom Ledbetter and Orchard Lane.
Correct.
That comes to 5.6 million. So, if that is,
And,
you're all in agreement with that, that is the amount we'll need to put in that line item that we were just looking at. But as well as, do you want to budget some extra for some of these other instances you were talking about? These things that are unknowns, when you have some sort of emergency
Yeah.
that needs to be taken care of, something quickly. And so I know
I would
that's hard
say
to
this
know.
amount plus another $1 million.
Okay,
That's me.
so,
We get down to the end of the budgeting process and we need dollars, we can go back and reconsider it, but I think
Yes.
for now,
And just getting into this growth mode is getting crazy.
I'm telling you.
And we could get hit with a $250,000 to $750,000 million issue and not even know it till it's right in front of us.
And there's been,
and that's,
you're right, and there's been a little check in the economy to a certain extent, but really for Texas and us, it's not. And so we need to try to address these right now while, we have an upward trend in values and those things. So, and I'd hate to have to address them when the economy was really tough and values possibly dropped or maybe not dropped, but went steady but our expenses kept rising. And so, I think now's the time to look at these things while we can.
And quite honestly, if you look at Road and Bridge, 13 years, the budgets have stayed pretty steady. Here we are, 13 years later that I've been around,
Yeah.
and the growth is
Yeah.
just phenomenal. So we need to start inching that up a little bit, knowing that we've got major road and bridge issues coming.
Well, and as you know, better roads make more economic development in areas, so, schools, roads, all those things go together, so it could be looked at as kind of an investment with a return.
Yeah. I don't believe we want to put all this whole 5.6 million on the general fund, though, do we? I mean,
Well, and I guess that's back to the,
these are
looking at
So you-
big capital projects.
so Road and Bridge is a little different, and you can use the general fund because you're maintaining, you're getting the roads back to a state where they're usable. But you can use bond proceeds, but again, with that large project on the horizon being the downtown jail, just being watchful of your bond proceeds. So,
Yeah, we know that's a big thing. It's there. It's not going away, and it could get worse from the standpoint of total amount of money needed, so. I'd be careful pulling too much out of that bond fund.
and if, back on that discussion for the downtown jail, I know we're using ARPA funding, we're using bond proceeds, and there's also just the permanent improvement fund. So at some point in the next couple of years, if you want to move a bigger portion of your M&O rate to that Fund 401, we could also, use that to cover some of the downtown jail expenditures.
Yeah, we
So there's different options there where we can kind of fit all the pieces together.
There's 1.9 million left in ARPA for low water crossings
And so that's something also, I know it's very specific, the items that can be placed in there, and I know our consultants have to
So I-
really help us.
I've got a consultant looking at the Holy Road. There's 2 low water crossings on Holy Road.
Okay.
In precinct 3. That's item number 6.
Okay.
And I'm hoping that we can, within fiscal year 23, this current fiscal year, we could get them under contract. And I guess we could use that ARPA funding for that.
And we'll get together with Dustin and then
Yeah.
LAN and Forvis and see if that's something that meets the
We'll get an
criteria.
answer on that pretty quick,
And
probably.
get moving quickly.
I'd like to see us look at closer to the end where we know what our carryover is going to be before I would be comfortable moving money over or feel more comfortable moving additional money into some of those areas.
Well, like I said, we're not making the final decision, so what I'm saying is put this amount of money in there, and it's kind of a placeholder until we get ready to adopt our budget, and then if we see that we need to pull some money back, then obviously that would be one of the accounts that we would probably look at.
At least gives
Okay.
us some starting point, so.
Yeah, it's just,
I would go along with that.
yeah, we're in the worksheet portion of this, I think.
So if we just, look that number again, we added the Tom Ledbetter and Orchard. We pulled off a couple of those projects because they would be started in later years. And then that one for Holy Road, looking at using ARPA funding,
And number 1, the East Rainer Road low water crossing.
also for ARPA.
We already have a consultant there, but that one actually could, that'll get started. Construction will start either in fiscal 23 or 24.
Okay. And so if we take those into account, also even adding $1 million for almost a contingency there for things that occur that we're not aware of yet, that's 5.7 million. So just for discussion purposes right now and to see how that fits in, we'll go ahead and put the 5.7 there, and then just keep, chipping at it and seeing how we want to fund that or how we want to proceed.
Okay?
And then just on that spreadsheet that Zane had put together, that bottom section that's in blue, those first 2 are things that are budgeted currently, and then Panther and Chapel are both budgeted in the bond proceeds. So just to touch on those a little bit. Okay. Anything else that you want?
Do you need me for engineering or?
You're good.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. We're moving along quicker than I anticipated today even, so that's good.
fine.
I think where we're at now, we can come back to some of these personnel items that there were questions on or that we tabled on Tuesday, I believe. And then also, we can also, I guess, we'll go ahead and pull up the summary sheet. That might be a good way to kick it off. And I went ahead and just printed in your packet just the summary as it was this morning. As you know, we just made some substantial changes to this spreadsheet. So the sheet you already have is already outdated, but at least just it lets you know the format of it. Haley has pulled up, this includes the changes that we just made. So some of those road and bridge changes, some of those changes to TJ's budget, those were very minor. And so if you look at this sheet, so this up here, and again, we can change it, it's just what we always start with. The rate in here is the total, the current total tax rate, 376. So just to let you know, that's just what that's plugged in there. Moving down, the revenues are based on that tax rate. Your department expenditures, so that's tied to all of these spreadsheets that are in this workbook. That includes those changes that we just made today. So that's all inclusive there. And so then below the line, these are the things that we need to get your guidance on, need more information on. So Haley broke out the personnel request, and she broke them out into 3 categories. So the other day, we were looking at this, the compiled spreadsheet. It was, I think, 1.9 million was the total cost. And so we broke those out into HR recommended, the not recommended, and then the ones that had an other category notation that needs some further discussion. So we also have a COLA line there. And I think there's some updated information we'll talk about today. But again, as soon as you give us that percentage, we'll literally have it in just a couple seconds, and we can plug that in there. Incentive pay is another one that was brought up. We have perfected this number from the other day. So this is the cost to the general fund if you went forward with incentive pay in the budget again. Haley had looked at the trends in when we had budgeted for all positions at 2% of all positions, even if they weren't full, and what we were actually spending. And we were coming to the idea that 95%, if you took 2% of all of the positions and then took 95% of that seemed like a good amount to budget as what we would be spending.
Hey, Francis, can you talk up a little bit more in the mic?
Sure. And I don't, is this working okay, you think? Okay. And so then with fringes and benefits, we took a 95% rate, and then fringes and benefits came up with that number that Haley has highlighted. Health insurance, this number is still the number that, not the numbers that Randy was presenting on Tuesday, but the last time he threw out this number. So I know this is a number larger than we would need to change, but again, just in there for discussion. And then outside entity increases request. We are going to tackle those the last week of this month. I know we heard from Fiona this morning, but we want to work all through those together and see what you want to do there. So just summarizing just what we had left. And so I'm going to turn it over to Anna, and we can go back to some of these personnel items and see if we have any different feelings today or any thoughts on any of these items.
Thank you, Francis. That was a good summary of the pending items, and I can...
Anna, same way, talk up.
Oh. This one here. Scooch over. So one of the main updates I wanted to provide today is related to the cost of living adjustment. And so I do have updated figures based on the June Consumer Price Index that was just issued this past Wednesday. So I can jump into that. I'm going to share my screen so I can post those figures up. So that did change the quarter projection there. It was 4.25 as last presented, and now it's at 3.51 there, and that's that center figure that you see on your screen. And so now it's the time period that's being measured is April, May, and June. What has also been updated is the third-party projection. So shortly following the June release of the Consumer Price Index by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the Senior Citizen League also updated their projection. And although the quarterly figure went down, their projection increased by 0.3 percentage points. So that projection is now sitting at a 3%. I don't know how the court would like to kind of apply a tentative figure.
So the basis we selected, the basis of the number we selected last year had some other factors in it turnover, those kind of things. So we kind of went on the long side. And so how does, if we use the intended model, what would it, what would it be? Would it be this number?
Yes, that center figure, that's correct. So last year was almost a catch-up figure that was applied because the
Yeah.
actual projected figure was closer to 8%. But given our external comp ratio average across all county positions, where we were sitting at a 0.95, so below a 1, and our kind of historic turnover, a 9% COLA was issued and a 10% COLA for those detention positions.
So their net take-home was affected by the COLA we adopted and the fact that we absorbed the increase in their health care program. So they didn't have that expense, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And so this year, our salaries are sitting at a 1.08. It's looking better, but I don't think enough, given that one of those factors lags behind a year, our comparison, not enough to not apply a cost of living adjustment. And so if we were to apply an adjustment, I think moving forward, doing a current cost of living adjustment, which is that center figure at 3.51.
Okay.
And the average of
What were
those is
retirees last year?
Sorry, sir, what was that question?
What was the, did we do the COLA for everyone across the board?
No, it's 5%.
Retirees?
For retirees, I don't recall that figure for
It was
retirees.
5%.
I was trying to, I can
Yeah.
pull it up.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, you're right.
Pretty sure it's 5%.
You're right.
Do you hear that, Commissioner? We're thinking it
No.
was 5%.
Okay.
And Commissioner, and when if you do a retiree COLA, that plays into your retirement rate. So
That's in the.
we'll, if that's something you wanted to look at, we would need to bounce those percentages off our TCRS calculators and.
But what I'm hearing Anna say is she's recommending a 3.51 at this point in time?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, all right. I'm good with that.
Commissioner Perry, did you have?
Yeah, I was just thinking if we average those out, and I think it came to 4.95. So,
That is if you include the fiscal year to date, which I did also update with the June CPI in case the court did want to factor that in.
So if you did 3, that'd be 13% for the last 2 years. So that's 6.5% per year, which is right around where the, where the CPI has been falling the last two years annually. So maybe a little.
And so to put that in a little bit of context, so a 3.51, if you added that COLA to all the positions that would receive the COLA, it would be right over 2.7 million. And that's with all benefits and taxes as well.
Yeah. Well, I'd want us to look at both the health benefit, what we're gonna have to do there along with the COLA. I wouldn't want to make a decision on the COLA by itself. Because we ended up absorbing that, so we gave more than the COLA last year. And, with 8 years of not increasing the cost of health insurance when the taxpayer out there is getting that every year, I think we gotta look at it, what's a good way to handle the employees, but yet taking in consideration what the taxpayer is looking at as well.
and didn't we last year kind of wait till the last minute to kind of get to get another quarter in or close to it? It seemed like we kind of agreed to a number, but then we waited to the last minute to see how the trend looked.
I believe we incorporated the June CPI, but waiting for the July CPI would mean waiting or holding off until about mid-August. So mid-month is when the CPI is typically released for the previous month.
And that's what I was saying a while ago. I'd like to whatever the basis was, the assumptions or factors we used, then we should duplicate that now. And so the two factors were what this showed, plus, and then we added a factor of turnover need to be addressed. And then we also increased the benefit of the health plan to the employees by us or the taxpayer absorbing the additional cost and not the employee.
There were no additional costs
last year.
So
But the employee,
We kept the county contribution the same,
Yes.
yes.
so.
I'm kind of interested to see what Randy's going to come back with. You know, we asked him to run our contribution and then several percentages of employee contributions. So what was that COLA that you just estimated at 2.7 million? What was that percentage?
3.51.
3.51 in the middle.
And I think you guys are just looking for a number to work with for right now, right?
Oh, and I was just, again, just putting it into context and just
And I think,
So if we look
show
at
you
like,
how it looks.
they said, because you said 4.59, just kind of when you did average, and I'm not marrying anybody to a number, but if we threw out like a 5% and then employees had to do the 2.5% health increase, it kind of puts them a little under that third-party projection. But just throwing a bunch of stuff out there, like you said, that we can see there's a lot more information we need to pull in to kind of get us to that final number.
Related to the health plan, Randy is working on updating his sheets. He has updated the deficit figure based on contributions for all eligible employees, not off of members only. And so there is a substantial difference now with the deficits actually gone down by quite a lot. There is still a deficit, but it's now closer to 400,000, not 2.42 million.
Oh,
I knew that would be
that
material.
sounds better.
So he's now plugging that deficit into those proposals or
Maybe
mock-ups.
you make a decision.
it's a heck of a miss.
That's a big, so that's a big, huge, large change. That's
Comment-
That's a cent,
comment, please.
that's almost a cent, that's almost 1 cent of tax rate.
Yeah.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Commissioner Smith's trying to,
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
trying to get everybody in, let them talk, but, so Commissioner Smith, you got the floor.
Well, for once, I was going to agree with the judge, but I can keep quiet.
Well, you ought to know better than that. Obviously, the drugs are affecting you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I'm enjoying myself on this end. I do agree that until we know a firm number or closer to a firm number on the health insurance premiums, I wouldn't be comfortable with doing a lot with COLA right now, to be honest with you.
Well, and it just looking at it and just like the spreadsheet we had up earlier, just playing with some numbers, it just allows you to see
Yeah,
what
put it in there.
the end result is.
And
Because
that-
it is hard, and it's all, it's just, each
but for the
piece
time
plays off each
being,
other.
I'm good with the 3.51, knowing we're just doing that, so we see what it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, for sure, for
It's
sure.
worksheet,
Yeah.
all it is,
What did the worksheet look like?
for discussion purposes. only. What's the difference?
Oh, let me pause mine.
44% unassigned fund balance and the 33, and how many dollars what is that about? So in other words, the money we have to play with, monopoly money. If we spent down to, all of our cash down to 33%, how much money do we have? What would that be? That would
Since
be,
she's got it, I mean,
so
the
33,
the target is,
is it down here?
what's the target?
Mhm.
If she'll just move up one, there you go.
She got it behind.
Target's at 51.
Yes.
Okay, that's using 3.6.
And so we can adjust that tax rate at the top if the current, we're again looking
Yeah.
at current tax rate. So
Okay.
if y'all want to look at a different option,
That's right.
we'll just plug it in there at the top. And
I wasn't thinking about that. Yeah, rough calculated 16 million.
Mm. 27.5.
Francis, what was the no new revenue rate?
The no new revenue. We're gonna get it for you.
1%.
So the no new revenue rate is 0.333979.
Can you plug that number back into that other spreadsheet, just see what
Yes,
that looked
sir.
like?
Okay.
So there you can see that, you know, we're right under 30%.
Yeah, we went under 30% there. Okay, thank you.
Of course.
I understand that's below our policy. It didn't, policy.
That's below our rate, yeah.
Of course, it's still got the health insurance at 2.4, doesn't it?
It does. So yes, so a lot of large numbers in there that we can adjust. There's also, you know, we have the number, the not recommended personnel request. Again, just in there, just because we don't want to assume anything. So those things, you know, as we start pulling those out and adjusting.
Because you have all the HR recommendations in there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And all the department requests, like everything's in there.
Yes.
Okay,
So like
just
if
to
we
take
zeroed
the
out, like
process.
if we zeroed out not recommended, just for fun.
So I think you have to, you're gonna need to, if this health insurance number is a lot less than what we thought, then it's gonna be less of an impact to the employee and to the, and to the county. So I think that you have to put that into your thinking when you're thinking about a COLA. You know, maybe we can only do a 3% COLA or something like that.
We can also kind of still work towards making the consumer health plan more attractive and
And
still,
I'm very in favor of that.
and still increasing the HSA.
Yeah.
So I feel
Maybe-
like for cost of
Maybe
living. it
lowering
should
the
be-
deductible a little bit.
Okay.
So we were just again, just for conversation. So we just pulled out the not recommended positions. And then we brought down the health insurance increase just to $500,000. Again, not sure what that will be yet, but just to see what it looked like. So then you'll see it brings us up to 31.2%. So, you know,
Which is
just,
still below our recommended.
it is. I also want to point out, of course, I know y'all know this, these rates that we have up there, those are preliminary rates. When we come back together, the week after next, we will have the certified values when we come in here that Tuesday. I don't know if the rates will be final calculated. It would be great if they were. But just, you know, just to let you know too, some of those adjustments can make quite a bit of difference. So,
Well, and the other thing I'll throw in, I know we're below 33% a little bit, but every year we get down to 33%, we come back and we're at 54%.
so that's where you really have to look at if we know we're going to come under budget, or we hope to, I should say.
Well, I
there
would
could be
feel
a year
comfortable that if we're down, if
Yes.
we're at 31%, I'm pretty sure by the year end, we're gonna be over 33%. That would, something horribly would have to go wrong
Yes.
for us not to finish.
And I think if we had a year where we were spending every penny that we budgeted for some reason, I know we have had years like that, you know, that we could bounce back,
When was the
next
last
year.
time we had a year like that?
So it was the year, that the outside care of prisoners, cost, and it was when we had a budget office, I believe. It was 2010 or 11. And so we literally kind of raked through the budget
You weren't either.
and
So I'm just gonna say
So-
something real quick. This court is completely different.
I agree.
Than that court. And I would commend this court for every time there's an expense in front of us, we deal with it. That court didn't.
Okay.
So again, this is what we're looking at. We plugged in the no new revenue rate, like Commissioner Smith had mentioned, and then just adjusted a couple numbers. And I have to remind you
I
too,
didn't mean anything.
No,
by
no,
it.
no, I didn't say
I swear I didn't. I was just
Francis?
like,
We talked, hey, even then, we were still talking about everything. 'cause
but
you
I
were
was sitting
considering
back
it.
over there.
Yes,
Sorry.
it,
Yeah, I was sitting back there.
Let's call court back into order. Okay.
Oh, and actually, you were handicapped
Okay.
quite a bit.
yeah, I actually went and drew my own budget up. I'll never forget, didn't know what I was doing, but.
and I just want to point out too that this number, we also just increased that bridge road line to 5.6 million. So this is also accommodating that as well as we still have that, you know, those projects that TJ presented earlier, which include the jail roof. So some really big items that are in there, and we're still at this amount, so.
And so something on that road bridge, this list, I'd like a good hard figure on what for sure is gonna go, what for sure we're gonna let this year, you know?
Yes,
Yeah, be able to
yes,
accomplish.
and.
Yeah, what we're gonna have to write a check for this year.
And Zane, is that something?
Right, he's just kind of sitting there like a statue.
You two were sitting over there laughing, pointing at me, and I saw that. But
Yeah.
truly, let's go back and look from the road and bridge perspective on what we honestly think we can get done.
Yeah.
And if we think there's a doubt, let's just go ahead and move it to 2024, or 2025, excuse me. I just don't want to put anything in there that's a big ticket item and going, well, we probably won't, but in the event we could, let's put it in the budget. I think we just need to bypass those type projects.
So did you take out the Hazelwood and 12th Street, number 8 and 9? Did you?
So we did, we backed those off, as well as the two that we
And
were
then she
looking
added
at.
in $1 million for
Like a
contingency.
contingency.
Yeah,
I believe that was
Okay.
the judge doing that.
That was my suggestion, just because,
Were they added? I should
yeah.
say.
But, you know, that's all up for discussion.
I just know one thing comes up and it could easily be $1 million, so it just depends on what y'all know about the
So
situation.
when we were looking at those numbers earlier, I know Judd was talking about $1 million, but we did 1.5 last year, right? I was thinking if we did 2 this year, that would be,
well, you know that Trading Post project came in at, what, 540,000?
Yeah.
That
And it's
we're
paid
doing
out of
this
ARPA.
year.
It's already,
Is it?
Did we do ARPA on that one?
it's
Yeah.
already, it's in the ARPA, it's in the
No water
ARPA
crossing.
worksheet. I
Yeah.
don't know what.
Okay.
No water crossing. Out of ARPA.
Okay, so that's a good point. We can refine that by
Right.
taking those out of.
right, so that 5.7, I would think if you did 3 million there, I mean, it's going,
Because she took 1 and 6 out.
So
ARPA.
the low water
Yes, ma'am.
crossings of East Rainer Road, item 1, and then the, what were those other ones?
For the 6?
And then number 6, there's 2 low water crossings there. So 1 and 6, so that's almost $1 million right there.
And then you moved 8 and 9.
And we took off 8 and 9, which is roughly 1.7 million.
Yeah, so in that number we were looking at earlier, that is number 2, 7 Bridge, is that what that is? Number 3, Thompson Road Bridge. Number 4, 7 Mile Lane. Number 5, Vernal Road Bridge. Number 7, Eichelberger. Down below the Bullhead Creek Road. And then an additional amount for Tom Ledbetter and Orchard Lane. And the $1 million contingency.
okay. Let me say this about, you and I probably need to talk a little bit before Tom Ledbetter.
Okay.
Because if we do have a subdivision that goes in there, we're gonna have all the nightmares that we have. So do we wanna make that road Do we wanna do just enough to get by until we find out what's gonna happen there, or do we wanna?
So if that subdivision is going in closer to Highway 6?
Yes.
Then maybe we do the back half of Tom Ledbetter Road, where there's still some new houses have already been built, and other ones are going in.
Right.
We do half of that.
Okay, and then that would cut the 5 to 250 roughly?
Well, I had in here, 400,000 for Tom Ledbetter. I mean, we could cut it down to 200,000. I mean, we're gonna do half of it.
As long as we don't cut ourselves short,
Yeah,
hard to fix.
I would be reluctant to do that front piece till we know exactly.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay,
Kim, what was your estimate on Orchard Lane?
I just put in a figure of 400,000.
400,000.
Okay, okay.
But has it been studied or?
It has not been studied, but I met with some business owners and Commissioner Miller, and apparently it has some base failures out there as well, which is not just an overlay.
That is a very unusual soil. It's mixed, it's post oak sand and then clay, and
It's the repair.
I
yeah,
farmed it, I know.
It's bad.
It's awful.
Gonna cost a little bit more on that road.
I agree with the judge, and I know we have to try to make this as easy for you as we can. I don't want to cut ourselves, and I want to give you what you need to put the figure in there.
Oh, yeah, I think the important thing is, like you said, to not undercut yourselves.
Well, I think it'd be hard.
So we know that's a
On
fluid,
these,
that's a fluid figure.
It'd be hard to,
Yeah.
that's a lot of projects going on at one time for the 5.7.
Hence, so that leads me to the personnel
Oh, no.
issue of trying to, no,
Well, we were ahead right there.
No,
That was
I'm
the-
glad you're back up here, yeah.
Jumped on that.
you know,
Yeah,
no,
okay.
Looked like a rat on a Chico.
So Anna has brought to you previously that I had requested a field inspection position as a part-time position, and that was to give some relief to checking on all these projects as they're going on. And so, yeah, if I get an assistant county engineer in soon, then maybe I don't need that position. But unfortunately, if I don't get one soon, then if I could get in a part-time person to be a field top person, not only for these road, bridge, low water crossings, but we also have the dam projects. And we could use some help, going out there and checking on the dams and being a liaison with the dam, with the Soil and Water Conservation District.
It's an engineering technician.
It's engineering technician was the O you had on there, is the O, not yes or no,
Yes.
the O, yeah.
And it is an industry position that exists and shouldn't be as difficult to recruit for as
An engineer.
an actual licensed engineer.
Okay.
I have a question then for you to give deep thought to, because I know how I know how I pull you. So I know how I pull you, so I know you are busy. I'm a little, help me not be so nervous about your suggestion for a part-time person, because I don't want to put you in a position where you just have another person that now you're supervising and you're watching, going in behind. Because I don't think that really helps you. But you know best how you can be helped, because your projects are not decreasing. If anything, they're increasing. You already, instead of one consultant, I think we have up to 3 consultants on various projects throughout the county. So what did we do wrong with the assistant engineer position? Did we not, what's not in the description that's bringing you quality applicants? What's not in the pay that's bringing you quality applicants? What is the miss here? Because I'm really scared of just giving you a warm body, but it's not really a help, if that makes sense.
So that's a multi-answered question. What's being difficult to get a qualified, but somebody that fits the assistant county engineer? the assistant county engineer just doesn't do roads. They don't just do drainage. They don't just do dams, floodplains, meet with the public on a daily basis, land development, so subdivisions and other things that go on, septic systems. So it's a broad, and so when I find when I get an application from somebody, they know roads, they know it well. Well, we don't really design roads here. We do work with roads, and we need to have an understanding of roads and understand the design, but also the function and the repair and maintenance. But we're not designing roads so much as we are bridges, low water crossings, the land development aspect, and the floodplains. That's just more. And so I have to look at the entire picture, and then also if they're on a trend, if they don't have their license, are they on a trend to get their license? If they don't have a license, they don't plan on getting a license, then that's an issue for me. I need a professional person that can interact with the public, interact with you all on my behalf if necessary, and still understand how to read the plans and understand the drainage studies and conduct some drainage calculations. So that's a lot for a person to have all that technical expertise. And if they're not already here in Waco, what's going to bring a person to Waco when they could do a consulting job and make much more money in a larger city like Houston, San Antonio, Dallas, Fort Worth? They would have to want to come to Waco. And I'm almost reticent on the part-time position for an engineering technician, just because would I be uprooting somebody short-term, them and their family, if they're not already local? So I may have a difficulty finding somebody just for that part-time position as well, because they're not getting the benefits.
Comment?
Yes, sir.
Zane,
Yes, sir.
if that's an amount of money plugged in for that part-time, what would there be a possibility to contract with a third-party vendor, like one of the local engineering firms, for that number of hours from a person who would meet your qualifications, who could do that work for you?
If you're talking about the field inspection, field technician, then I would say yes. It'll chew that money up very quickly, because they typically get paid at a rate of 3-point-something%, or at a multiplier factor of 3. So they would chew through that money pretty quickly. But for the assistant county engineer, I would say no. That person needs to be in-house.
I was just thinking you've got a set amount of money that's in the budget. You go to them, you say, this is how much I have to spend for a field inspector. How many hours a week would that get me? And just ask that question.
For the field and technician, yes, that could be done.
Well, that's just a thought as a starting point.
You lose a little bit of I don't know, when they're your employee and you have direct hands on it, you have a lot more control. When they get their check from somebody else,
Yeah.
and you can't watch them because they go home, they go to office somewhere else.
Yeah. I understand that. The other side is if you don't have anyone, and obviously it's easier to cut them loose if somebody, you do find somebody to hire.
Right.
That's just a thought.
Overall, we're growing. Our county's growing. Our county seat is growing, and there's just a lot more work coming down the pipe. I hope to get an assistant county engineer soon. Usually people move during either winter, like during Christmas time, or they move during the summer when the kids are out of school. And so at the end of this summer, if there's no more applications, if I can't find somebody by the end of the summer, then I'm going to rely on that part-time employee field
Sure.
inspector to relieve some of my going out in the field and looking at these projects.
And I certainly know that you do need that relief. That's not a problem. I was trying to come up with a idea on how to help you that way, so.
Where does this county, where does the assistant engineer, have you, Anna, have you compared it to other?
Salary wise,
Posting?
yes, we have. And so county comparison or county peers, the average is 112,000. So that's sitting at a 0.98 ratio for county comparison. And so it could be brought to a 1. We did have a qualified applicant. They didn't have the waterway experience that Zane is looking for, but they were qualified otherwise.
He had his license, he just got his license in January, and his career has been TxDOT. And TxDOT does roads primarily.
So he didn't have any,
Didn't have stormwater, land development, floodplain.
Well, we posted and we convinced you to move to Waco.
yeah.
So-
I think Zane's still in Waco a little shorter.
What is missing that we can't convince someone to come to Waco and help you? Because you gave us all these reasons why someone would probably, but we were able to get you here. So how could we need another person? So what is it we're not doing then that we did back then? We're not doing now that we did then? Or were you coming anyway?
I was coming anyway, because the wife was coming. If I wanted to stay married, I needed to follow with the wife.
Okay, is this your wife's home?
I'm just happy I'm not, working somewhere else.
Is this your wife's home?
No, she is with a large agency that allowed her to transfer, and she had it was beneficial for her as well, and so it's been beneficial for me as well.
Oh, okay, so that's how we got you, okay.
Yeah. So I think generally when we have discussions about this and, we think there's a lot of merit to it, maybe just not quite ready to make that decision, we put a placeholder or something in there, because there is a time limit when you're gonna finally say, I'm not gonna get that person I want right here, so I might have to get another position that can kind of be a bridge in that. So what you're saying, so is that an approach the court want to take? In other words, we're open to that if he can't find somebody in the main engineering spot.
And Judge, I would like to advocate just, I know a part-time position where you don't get any benefits is going to even be more difficult to find somebody
Yeah,
with some technical expertise. If it was a full-time employment, FTE, that might be easier to find somebody locally and outside. So, but having a placeholder to me is a good idea, so that if I don't find that assistant county engineer, then we maybe
Yeah.
look for FTE as a field technician type position, so that I'd be more likely to get some good quality applications, knowing that they've got benefits.
Yes.
Well, we're growing, and also the changes in road construction and all that Commissioner Perry was talking about earlier, would tell me that we're gonna have to put more emphasis around what we're doing, and we're gonna be in the next few years a spurt of growth, a spurt of activity within the precincts, it appears. And, I think that more efficiently we can get these projects going and all, and try to beat a downturn in the economy is important.
In the meantime, we can continue the marketing efforts. So I think we had posted or published on 4 different sites, 2 actual engineering network sites, and then Government Jobs, which is a national board, and then streaming radio as well for a month. So we'll keep at it.
Now that we're the official home too of the rowing opera singers, that could play.
I'll add that as the tagline next, so.
You might, and you might just start finding email addresses of.
Now that, once budget gets over, and I did take a little bit of vacation there, so I'm crawling out of a hole. But I'll be out of the hole soon, and I will definitely start marketing.
We
cold
did
calling.
do that through LinkedIn, so direct mail to specific candidates at other employers.
Okay, good.
All right.
Forgot about that.
Any other
Judge?
comments? Yes, sir.
One comment very quickly back toward Francis. Francis, I know we talked about this looking back over, and you had given us a graph on the last 3 years, positions that haven't been filled, particularly the jail, and you were going to come up with a realistic number to plug in. I'd like to, as soon as we can, see that number, so it gives me a better idea of how I want to look at the added personnel, yes, no's, not recommended, recommended, so forth. So is that possible?
Yes, so Anna had presented some information on Tuesday about what the highest fill rate was in the past year for the jail.
Yes.
I think you had presented that really that was the only area that we still had consistent vacancies.
And also how that translates into dollars.
So just a base salary with benefits and taxes for a jailer is roughly $58,000.
Okay, so 58 times, ever how many
Yes,
we
sir.
can eliminate is what
Yes, sir.
is what I'd like to see.
Do you want me to pull my figures out? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
It didn't have to be right now.
Better time.
Yeah, it's on the list, so we'll add it here.
Okay. Tell me when there's a good time to take a break.
Okay. I guess if Anna wants to touch on this, and then we'll
Go ahead.
Are we meeting this afternoon?
Yes, sir, that's the plan.
Well, that's what I thought. So I'm saying she could bring us back this afternoon if she wanted to. It would not gonna hurt my feelings. So
Well, we got a few minutes, so go ahead.
So this here on the screen now, those are the figures I presented on Tuesday. And so the highest employee count here in the last few fiscal years would be the 323 figure from fiscal year 21. And we're currently, excluding the dollar placeholders, we currently have 338.
so we're talking about 15 positions? From 323 to 338, 15?
I think so.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it'd be
15
15
positions.
times 58,000.
Was that a,
Are you wanting to confirm it? Yes, that's 15.
yeah, that's easy.
Sorry.
I was wanting-
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm having trouble on my end seeing anybody shake their head.
Yes, sir, that's 15 positions.
So currently, I guess the highest count for this year was 309, so there's still a buffer in there as well, even if you looked at 323.
Yeah. But if you take a reasonable number, 15 times 58,000, what does that compute to, Francis?
That would still leave like 14 vacant positions currently because there's only 309 staffers.
I understand that.
And those
I just wanted a dollar figure.
Dollar amount.
15 positions times 58,000.
There are in the personnel requests, there are about 5 or 6 positions that they're proposing to take away in order to fund other positions in the organization.
That figure, Commissioner's around 870,000.
Yeah, 870.
Thank you.
Based on the dollar amount that you said, the 50.
But that's just at Jack Harwell. I mean, that's just at the jail in Jack Harwell, right?
Right, jail and Jack Harwell combined.
And then they were taking away some, Haley was pulling it up, to accommodate other requests, but then they were asking to activate 5. So the net effect based on the request, is one coming off.
One coming off. The 5 that they were requesting to activate was more, I thought those were gonna be moved to just the other side of the jail.
We're somewhere around 800.
And we can-
Right, they're moving from one, I think they're moving from 6, Highway 6 over to Jack Harwell.
Do you want me to pause mine, Haley?
I can. Here we go, Anna. If you want to see that.
So this is 6 requests for deputy positions that they're willing to give up 6 jailer slots for. So that those vacancies would, I guess, given these requests, if approved, they'd already reduce by 6. Are those the? They'd give up, can you see that last note?
You're right. I'm sorry, I couldn't see it earlier.
That 850,000 figure, was that the cost of those vacant positions? Is that what you,
I think they multiply 15 by the $58,000 figure Francis
oh,
provided.
okay. You came up with
So
that,
6 then would be,
like around 850,000?
say that again, I'm sorry. What was the?
I was trying to figure out whether that 850 or $870,000 figure, what that was.
I think Commissioner multiplied the
15 times 58.
by the
Okay.
58.
Sorry, I missed that.
Oh, okay, that was you, Commissioner Smith? Was that 870 or 850?
Well, I think somebody there said that. I asked
So-
several times what was 15
If you're
times.
if he's asking about
58,000.
15 positions, it's $867,000.
Okay, 867,000, okay.
Whether 15 is the,
Okay, 15
The number.
positions.
that's something, another discussion, but.
Okay.
Yeah, 15 is the variable. 15 is the variable there.
Mm-hmm. Got you, 15 positions at 58,000. Okay.
But I would like to see us get closer to the vest and just not have that money hanging out there and add it onto the budget.
I think that's the sentiment of the court. So, just a break here just a second. What we'll do is we'll take just a brief break.
Okay.
You'll be able to get your drink and food, and then we're gonna go back into session, just so we,
Okay.
if there's talk, we're not violating any open meetings act information, so. It is a working lunch. I'll try not to talk with my mouth full.
Judge, about how long of a break before you start, so I can go make my sandwich?
Well, how long does it take? Is it a complicated sandwich? Or is it like, is it
Do you
peanut
remember
butter?
do you remember the cartoon Dagwood?
I do. Okay. I'm thinking, 5-10 minutes, something like that.
I
That
could,
work
10
for you?
minutes 10 minutes would do it, I think.
All right. All right. Can we do a recess?
Okay.
We all right for right now?
Oh, yes, that's good.
All right, let's take a brief recess. right, let's call court back into session. We're
It's kind of icky sometimes too.
having a working lunch right now, so anything we talk about, it's on the agenda, would be legal.
Were you waiting on me? I'm sorry.
You can talk- Whatever you want to do.
I'm sorry.
You keep eating and
No, I was, so I guess we're just continuing, I think we ended with looking at vacancies and what that relates to in cost. You know, it's easy to see there that differential between the highest filled positions and, you know, what the positions are that budgeted, but what is actually going to be needed, you know, or what's a safe number there? I don't know if there's any information on that we know.
I think that figure that I have there for 323 would be the safest, and I think keeping them at, if there were positions removed, just keeping the dollar placeholder. Because should they be filled, then having the ability to have them funded throughout the year if we do get an influx of applicants and qualified applicants, and as long as the opportunity is there, I would think the number between 323 and 338 would be at the court's decision.
And I think it'd be important, I know you did this last year, to make clear that to the sheriff's office, like Anna said, if when the need arises, and hopefully it does, because that means that positions are being filled, that we would then do a budget amendment to cover that portion of the year, whatever it may be. And we can move from contingencies or other surplus funds in other lines.
Right.
So then what am I hearing the recommendation is to leave it, how many positions are you taking out?
Currently, there's 6 requests to kind of give up jailer slots or positions to have deputy positions on the sheriff's office side.
The transport officers?
The transport officers, and then there's 4 of those, and then 2 other positions on top of that. So it's 6 total.
Did that take into account the yes, the no's, and the yes, no's?
I'm counting all of the requests.
You counting every one of those?
Not assuming, you know, the court wants to include the yeses and the nos, or just the
Okay.
yeses, or.
Okay, so you're 6, and that leaves, and we were talking about 13 originally, so what are we taking out then, please?
So if you remove the 6 from the 15 in difference, then that leaves you at 9.
That we could move to a dollar placeholder?
Right.
Move to a dollar placeholder 9, and then 9 times 58 would be somewhere just under 580,000 then. 10 times 58 would be 580, so less 58 from somewhere around 542,000 or something.
And he said 9, right?
9.
9. So, yeah, 9 positions at the exact dollar rate, the 58,000, I was just rounding, but that's $519,993.
I would be for all of that.
is there any yeses that anybody opposes? So, are there any no's that want to talk about making it a yes?
My agreement was on agreeing to all of the yeses, the nos, and the yes, nos, and that was 6 total, is what I thought, was what I understood Anna to say.
6 drop off, right? Is that what you're saying, Commissioner?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble understanding you.
I'm sorry, 6, you were saying 6 drop off. under what you're understanding.
Would it be easier to put up the position summary to see those 6 positions?
Well, I thought total over an SO, you said there was 6 total counting yeses, nos, and yes, nos. There were 6 total. Is that not what you said?
That's correct.
So there were 6 total, yes, no, and yes, no. And there were 15 we talked about, so that was 9 positions then that we could eliminate if we agreed to the other 6. And what I'm saying is I would agree to the other 6 and remove the 9.
Sounds reasonable.
So we're on to now, the next question was the yeses.
The yes, nos.
Yes,
That
no.
was what Judge was asking.
Yeah.
I have more information on the no, if the court wants to review that
Okay.
next. So let me share my screen.
And I'll just say, wasn't there sort of a consensus early that,
Thank you, Judge.
we were gonna try to hold to the schedule of 1 year do changes and then the next year do,
Pay increases 1 year
Yeah.
and new,
I got a problem with that because that starts throwing off our comp ratio that we worked so hard to try to get. And if we don't look at it each year, I'm afraid that we'll get.
and I was just asking I'm not for, I'm not for or against.
is in, that's probably a true statement then, I guess, right? If we don't address it every year, then our comp ratio could get back out of whack.
But comp ratio is usually addressed globally with a COLA.
With the cost of living adjustment, yes, but there's no guarantee that individual positions due to their own industry market won't change more dramatically than another position. And so that's when highlighting what could become an outlier just based off the compensation ratio and addressing those at any particular time wouldn't be necessary, whether or not the court wanted to apply a COLA 1 year or not. So I would not advise kind of setting a set rule because it could, the need could change every year just depending on specific industry changes, not just the national cost of living adjustment that's needed.
Right, there's great changes, all kind of things that happen during that. And I just hate to see an overriding rule that forgets all that. I think we just have to do the work and look at each thing each year. I think it educates us a lot more about what's going on.
I was gonna advocate for going back to the old system, but I think I'll change it.
Okay.
That nice discussion right there.
Comment?
So that's why I brought it up.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And
Commissioner Smith.
first comment was everybody speak into their mic for me, please, and I apologize. I don't like being in this position, but I'm having a difficult time when people move away from the mic, and I do apologize on my part for that. But to me, that, in theory, that's a great idea, but you get into a situation like we've gotten into where maybe some office was woefully understaffed and needed help so we could claw out from under some real problems that we had. And, then you're faced with adding there. And it just seems to me you can't have that hard, fast rule like that.
I think the proposal's off the table now, so,
Okay.
yeah.
It just went out with my lunch.
So we were going to address the one no that I have for those 6 requests of, transitioning or transferring a jailer slot into a deputy position. And I have it on kind of our list to just go through all of those positions on the position summary sheet that Haley has, and those that had the most questions from Tuesday. We have those kind of highlighted to go back to, including the others or the yes/no's option. But this one specifically, just because it relates to the vacancy discussion. The no in question was to, the request was to give up a jailer slot and then add a deputy position. Oh, and before I kind of delve into this, I know in the past, I just want to remind about kind of our efforts to eliminate kind of a bartering system and just establishing whether or not there's a need for the position in and of itself without considering possibly bartering another position from another area or whatnot. And so I think the court has done good in following that practice. So this specific deputy position is being requested in order to help support multiple areas of sheriff's office need, including piloting and special operations. And the one reference point that I have outside of any internal information that we have would be the same Department of Public Safety Crime and Textures report that I just used for the district attorney's office and displaying their volume compared to their county counterparts and then the staffing levels compared there. So I've pulled that same information specific to the sheriff's office. And so a key difference between what I'm displaying here before you now and the district attorney's information is, well, the district attorney touches offenses and crimes from all local agencies. And so it would have included Waco PD, Belmead, Robinson PD. So all local agencies were pulled into that report to show the quantity of activity for 2021. And again, I'm only reporting 2021. That is the most recent year available on the Department of Public Safety site. And so what I have before you, I've just narrowed this data down to only those offenses and activity reported specifically by the McLennan County Sheriff's Office agency. And I've done that same thing for our county counterparts. So with this information, we see that the county, compared to its county counterparts, doesn't have as much volume. And so when you boil that down to kind of offenses per staff member or positions, we're not close to the highest in volume. So for instance, we have Smith, Hayes, Brazoria, and Bell counties managing a higher volume per staff member of offenses or criminal activity. So applying that same comparison, HR would come to that recommendation of the no or the N.
And which position is this now?
This is the position intended to help support the sheriff's office special ops and piloting function. And a bit about this data, this is baseline data that HR just has available to it.
So the only thing I would point out to that is he doesn't just support McLennan County SO. He supports Waco PD, anybody in the county. And then also, there's not a surrounding county that has the same kind of program. So his volume is going to be higher than.
Yes, and that's kind of what I was going to share is this is just baseline data that HR has that it's available to HR. And I asked the sheriff's office, that gap of information needs to be filled in by them. And, is there a quantity or some sort of work volume assessment that they can do to help supplement this information that would only have activity specific to their county agency?
So we're saying this is the helicopter backup position?
Yes, sir.
Does Webb have a helicopter? Does Smith have a helicopter? Jefferson, Hayes? I mean, is that how you pull these people out? You asked them specifically if they flew helicopters?
No, I didn't. I didn't see a need to specifically isolate the helicopter function because we have 3 pilots and 1 reserve pilot. And then that wasn't the only function that they were needing support with. It was also related to special operations or special projects.
What would you need, because I was telling you the other day, it's a problem. So if you don't think this supports it, what needs to happen? Because, you know, just as TJ was in there earlier talking about the on-call being a problem for his guys, at least it's every 7 weeks. This guy's on call every week of the year, every day of the year, unless he's out of town. How do we go about, we need to do something.
And I'm sure that the volume's there, and I think just identifying what that is aside for, as a supplement to this. And this is just for the HR yes or no. Of course, it's not necessarily a lack of information for the court, you know, to determine their decision.
Can you request from them, and I'm sure they have it, is data that is specific to the special operations arena and?
Yes.
Because it's not just helicopter too, it's the bomb truck and the boats and all that good stuff there. So I would like to see the activity there, because there's gotta be something that justifies giving this guy a break. And it
There's
can't
3.
be, well, we're just not gonna fly on these days, because you never know what's gonna happen.
But there's 3 pilots, right?
Yes.
There's only one that can fly solo.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the main issue.
Right.
that's right, I remember.
Right.
Is a backup pilot for Sean.
And so David Ives said that they were working with Captain Nixon on that, but I'm not sure if that information is ready yet or not.
Okay.
We're basing this pretty much on offenses and offenses cleared up and so forth, but I mean, our helicopters don't go up in the air just to arrest people. They go up in the air for missing persons.
Thank you.
Endangered persons, you know, lots of different things they go up on that aren't going to show up here on this report. And I realize this is all you've got to go by, but I'm pretty sure percentage-wise, they go up for more than just somebody on the run.
Okay, well, we're gonna get some more information and come back on this one.
Well, and I agree, Judge, but I would say, you know, and I know we're not bartering, but I support this. I would just tell you I support it, and so we can look for more information. That's fine.
All right?
Okay.
What's next?
I don't know if that affected kind of the 9 jailer count or not, or if that was something that the court was ready to move on from, the jailer.
Yeah, I think there's additional data that we'll get on this.
Okay.
So I'm with Commissioner Smith, though. I think once we look at the total picture, that we're gonna agree that it's probably gonna be a necessity. But yes, where will you take us next?
Sure. I have I'd like to discuss the health plan. I know that's a huge item. Randy is not ready just yet. We're checking in with him just to be sure we have the information we need from him. So outside of that, prior to diving into the position summary and those remaining line items the court had questions on, I wanted to at least address two areas, and the first was the department heads, just because sometimes necessarily things that aren't associated with salary adjustments can kind of fall through the cracks during the sessions. I wanted to revisit the department heads to see if there was a consensus on the reclassification, so we can kind of mark that off as a completed item. And so just to review, we completed a group classification review of these county leadership positions. So the department heads and our county administrator position. There were 4 positions who had no change, but there were a total of 5 positions that, after reviewing the current functions of the position against the waters assessment, we do recommend a change for. And so that red column there are the recommended pay grade changes for this group.
I have a question on the Director of Information Technology. When we posted that position for the new hire, did we post it at the 835?
Yes, but we post the salary amount on all of our job postings, but not the pay grade.
And the salary?
The salary for that position.
Pretty much, it's in line with the pay grade?
It was out, in order to recruit an applicant, we did raise that budgeted salary, so it is a little out of line, but it was out of line with the previous pay grade. It's now out of line with the pay grade because I actually missed something during budget last year, and I reference current market data at the moment to recommend an adjustment to that salary. And the 9% COLA was applied to that figure, where the 9% COLA was applied across the board to other positions that wouldn't have been compared to the current market, if that makes sense.
It does. If I take my focus off of the salary, my question would be, what are we seeing now that pay grade should go from an 835 to an 834?
So the comp ratio for that position becomes a 1.25, the average compensation ratio.
Okay, but I guess, I thought job functionality and responsibilities is how we come up with the pay grade. Not necessarily where that salary is fitting in regards to market.
That's correct.
And other positions. So what responsibilities are we taking away or downgrading that we're going to drop that to an 834? What in the world?
And so there's not necessarily functions being taken away. This is just, through the years, the functions have changed according to what was originally on file. So we have an archive of the original descriptions assessed by Waters back in 1998. And the position now is quite different than it was previously. And honestly, of all of the positions, for some reason, that position has the least amount of information on it under the Waters assessment. And so I can't account for the accuracy of that original pay grade.
Okay. Not to date myself, but I was here. And so I kind of have that little background history on that. What I'm not understanding, because I know how we transitioned from one tenure to the next, and I was under the understanding that we took the job functions and made the pay grade commensurate to the functionality back. We went a tenure back to bring it up. For instance, like this one had to have a bachelor's as opposed to an associate. We did some changes. And so I'm just a little weary of us bringing in someone who met that criteria at an 835, and then we come back and go, oh yeah, but we looked at this job and now we think it's really 834. So that kind of makes me a little unnerved.
I agree, which is the reason why we wanted to look at the group as a whole, just to be sure we weren't singling out any particular position. But what I can see from the assessments, and what seems to be the main factor in the change is related to the education requirement level from the assessment. And so positions that require either graduate level, so that's more than a bachelor's, a graduate level education, or a license level education past a bachelor's degree, are the ones that meet the points requirement for an A35. So those would be positions like Frances' position. She requires a CPA in her position, or the county engineer position that also requires a license on top of a bachelor's degree. So those are what we can identify as those meeting those point requirements, and that's not a requirement in that position, but it doesn't look like it was a requirement back in Waters. That's where I kind of go back and say I can't talk or speak to kind of how it came to that point level.
I think when the person in the job pretty much catered the job, or either the, whatever we call the write-up on that position, to who was currently in the position. But I thought we posted that job for someone to have a bachelor's.
Yes, we did.
But now you're taking it back to someone that doesn't need to have a bachelor's?
No, it still requires the bachelor's degree. What I'm saying, in order to get the amount of points needed for an A34, you need more than a bachelor's degree.
And so his certifications, and I don't want to say he, because I'm not looking at the person in it. And so the computer certifications that they get doesn't play into that pay grade?
Our current director actually has a master's degree. But that would then require changing the description to have more years of experience a requirement, or have in lieu of language for an education at the level of a master's degree. And so that narrows our applicant pool, and so we don't always necessarily recommend to do that.
Well, and I'm pretty much going to wrap up this discussion, but I would not agree with that, with that change, because at A35 we posted it, and we brought in someone that has postgraduate degrees. I wouldn't be
Comment?
for it. Go ahead, Commissioner Smith.
I agree with Commissioner Miller. I think the time to make that change would be when we have new personnel coming in or leaving. But because that's what we brought this person in at, I would be in favor of continuing that pay grade. And make the change when somebody new, retires or leaves or whatever, and then look at it and determine pay grade. But not change in middle of the stream.
I agree. I support everything else. I support you.
Like to move this, when we come back in a couple, not next week, but the following week, come back to this. Before we make a final decision on it.
Okay. Any other notes from the court to prepare for that?
I don't think so. Or if anybody has anything, they can contact Anna directly and make that request. Okay.
I hate it. Dustin while he's in here.
Do it.
I hate talking about Dustin while he's sitting right there. But I did have one question.
There was,
On the county administrator, I know one of the things we added into him was for him to be the first, legal contact. So in our revision, are we taking into account the law degree?
no, this is without that. We would recommend an increase even without that as a function.
But we're coming back to it, right?
Yes.
We're coming back to the whole spreadsheet.
Yeah, but that's good. Any questions, go ahead and ask.
Sure. A question that was had about this, it was specific to the elections administrator and how many of our county counterparts had elections administrator. 5 of the 8 have elections administrators. I just wanted to share that detail with the court, because that was a question that came up. The next item I wanted to bring up was the certificate pay discussion. And so for the certificate pay for law enforcement, I have reviewed some sample policies, and I also did speak with Mike about it, and he'll also share sample policies with me. So I think it's a buildable policy that we could apply. And then I did get some details that I had questions on related to the amount of certificate pay an employee would receive, because the sheriff's office shared a spreadsheet of all the current employees or staff members that have or that currently hold a certificate of advanced or intermediate, advanced, or master level licensing. And there were some employees who had they had 2 licenses. So they had a peace officer license and a jailer license. And so there was a question there just before we start to build the policy together, and that's, what, would that mean somebody get 2 levels of certificate pay, or is it just the license applicable to their position currently? And we got confirmation that the intent is just to have it applicable to the current position. So whichever license most applies. We ironed that out. I do want to and David mentioned this when discussing certificate pay, and I just want to reiterate this because they're seeing from the court this hopefulness that it would serve as a retention tool. And David did share that the intent was not necessarily retention, as it was more professional development and employee growth, which I think would be great. But I just want to reiterate that it would not serve as a necessarily retention tool. So there's a $236,000 budget being requested, I believe, to implement the program, and that's to apply it currently for those already holding that license, that higher level license.
Would others come on if that was available, so it would need to be increased?
I think he accounted for the ability to have licensing added. Okay, I can get that confirmation.
In other words, not just the existing folks that would qualify, but the potential.
Right.
How many more?
He would come back every year because there'd be kind of just one point in time where folks can report their licensing, and so those would be included for the following certificate pay budget.
For this year, it would be just these.
Correct.
Okay,
The ones currently holding licensing.
Following years, it'd be whatever they submit.
Right. So about 70% of this budget would actually be assigned to the sheriff's office side, so not the jail side. So the law enforcement on the sheriff's office side only has 8% turnover, whereas the jail's turnover is much higher. So I just want to identify that, and that way there's not this impression that it would somehow help retention.
Right.
But I don't think it can hurt retention.
No, I would agree with that. No, it shouldn't hurt retention.
And I would say that based on a few years back, when I was a city councilman, we used to lose most of our officers to the sheriff's office. And from talking with some of the people over in SO now, it seems like we're going the other direction. We're losing them to some higher paying local, the ones that do leave, higher paying local municipalities that are offering, things similar to this. So I think there's some grain of truth that it might help keep some, and that's what I'm hopeful
Okay.
myself. And also, isn't the amount that's plugged in based on their recommendation, but not necessarily what we will determine that level is for certificates?
Right. So they've created their levels of certificate and the associated pay. Would the court like to see that, those levels?
Yeah, if you got it.
Wait, can you pull that up, Haley? Sorry, you want to see the actual kind of amount that would be applied for every particular type of licensing. Is that what you're attempting to see?
That was kind of what I was curious is what
think I
level
have
it was, yes.
Okay.
You know, there's certifications for flaggers, driving, stuff like that also too. Microsoft, you know, all IT's got all kinds of certification.
So this here is the amount. So here on the left, this 100, 150, 200, that's the monthly amount
Okay.
per employee that would be assigned for these corresponding levels of licensing.
Right.
And then this is the annual amount per employee.
Okay. And I guess once we start, assuming we accepted this proposal, how locked in are we to it as far as in the future, just bottom line, not having the funding for it or having less funding for it? Is there a way to set a exact amount and then it be divided out, or will it always depend upon this sliding scale? And if you ever get to a point where that's not money that we can afford, what's our out?
Well, we renew our budget each year, so it would be a decision of the court at that time.
Just a change of the personnel policy.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last comment.
I just said, and just a change of the personnel policy. So
Right.
Okay.
we have the ability to change those at any time.
But I would be very reluctant to start something that we
Yeah,
can't.
I would do too.
That's not good
And just
for
remember
morale or for anything.
these certifications we're having to do on their own time, which some of these others I've heard talk about are actually on the clock when they're keeping up, just like.
I have clarification from the department on that. Actually, the majority of their training is done on the clock, is paid time, and most of the training completed are by our employee trainers. So we're paying the salary of the trainer, and then it is on the clock work for the most part.
That wasn't the basis heard the other day. I might have misunderstood it.
Yeah, I don't ever recall, you have to go to the specified training. You just can't say, I'm gonna order and do this online or that online. I've never seen that in law enforcement.
David told me they may be on the clock taking the training, but they volunteer for it. You know, they volunteer to do it. They
Well,
don't.
if you
I don't
wanna
think-
go anywhere in your career, you
Right.
really don't have a choice. You're gonna have to
I think it speaks to, the reason I like it, it speaks to the quality of patrol person we're gonna put on the street. And like I said, I was impressed with his lineup of the different training sections, you know, the subject matter that they're covering. I'm in favor of it because I think we're putting a more highly trained and a more quality officer on the street.
The only thing that I would, I'm not saying that I have a problem with it. What I'm saying is there are many people here that have certifications, whether they're in law enforcement or not. So are we gonna recognize that, or are we gonna say it's only for law enforcement? What if the constables come in now and they want, hey, we want that too?
I've got cyber training.
So-
I've got judicial training. I've got all kinds of stuff.
So, but I'm just saying that before we take that step, we need to be aware that it's not just gonna be the sheriff's office. We're gonna have to answer for the constables, and then,
Well, then maybe you don't do incentive.
Well,
I do have a constable who's already reached out specifically about certificate pay
There you go.
related to this.
well,
And I agree, they should.
Yeah, my thought, you know, we're putting, law enforcement, whether it's the constable's office or SO, out there dealing with the public. The more training, the more sensitivity we can give them, the better quality person we can offer to, our constituents. I think it fares well for us. I don't know what it looks like from the constable. But if they have people that are investing in themselves to that magnitude, I wouldn't necessarily be against it. But what I got in front of me is the sheriff's office. And looking at, like I said, the state sponsored or certified, it's not just, you know, some online training where you just get a certificate.
Hey.
But it's real classwork. I liked the proposal, but we'll see where it goes.
well, I think we need to look at the total price. If it's all in, then we gotta be all in, and we need to know what that price is. I don't think I don't wanna say, hey, I love it, let's do it, and then we find out it's $500,000 a year.
Well, it's gonna be.
And, you know,
It will be.
Well, it's already at $250,000 a year.
Well, and we hadn't even included all the other things that I've heard mentioned.
So I just know it's gonna create more than what we're thinking right now in this
For just
moment.
one department.
Just kind of look at it. Okay.
Whichever direction the court would like to go, that was one of my, I wouldn't say concerns, but just something that I wanted to be sure to incorporate was kind of just the outline of a policy to be sure that it was something that we could easily apply to other departments. It wouldn't be so specific to the sheriff's office or the jail. So if that was the direction the court wanted to go, my hope is to build a policy that could apply.
So you would have, the constables, the DA's investigators, and then we'd have to look and see with regards to adult probation or juvenile probation, their certificate level. I mean, that's why I'm saying we just need to be careful
Okay.
and think about how big it could get.
Really, yeah.
Yeah, we just need to see what kind of certifications that they might come in then and say, hey, we have certifications too. So I think before we make a decision, we just need to know what we're making a decision on. How big
I'm
is
just
this?
thinking law enforcement.
Well,
And
but
and
the
so that would
DA
be constable
Well, but
and
they are
SO.
all law
DA,
enforcement.
investigators.
Yeah, they hold law enforcement
Yeah, but
license.
they don't do an 8-hour patrol. You know,
But are we gonna pay just patrol and not the detectives?
yeah.
No, you can't do that. That's why I'm saying, we gotta be all in or not.
Okay. Okay, it needs further study.
Okay. I have my pause notes on these.
Listen, Barry lost me on adult probation and
You know, we just need to see, because those people all hold a license.
Adult patrol, parole.
Yeah.
He's complicated.
They carry weapons.
They do, they do.
Okay. Well, I see we're pushing stuff towards the end, but, we'll be more knowledgeable, hopefully.
Okay. So those were the two items that I wanted to just be sure we touched on or get a direction from on the court. I think now we can go into the actual individual line items and review the yeses as a group, the nos as a group, and the kind of yes, nos. So I'll let Haley put up her screen. Oh, I do have a note here before we get, because I know that could be a long discussion. I do have a note here that Randy is ready, if the court would like to hear about the updated figures for the health plan.
Okay. Is that all right with everybody?
And Randy, are you on? No. I just messaged here, so hopefully you can.
Does he need that meeting or Zoom information?
Can you resend that?
You said a penny is what, 2.6 or 2.7 million? Penny. I wrote it down, I can't find it.
On the tax rate, just whatever the sort of, the preliminary value is, it's at the top. So 2.6.
2.6, okay.
But that'll change before, of course, before the week after next.
Okay. Okay.
Might as well.
Hot.
Can you make elevator music sounds in the back?
That would knock me plumb out.
Park is at S96, unit next to 907.
All right.
Sorry, I just want to be sure we catch him because he did say he was only available before 3:30.
That was 3:30 today?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Again, that's keeping my wife from having it.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea. Believe it's gonna be cooler in Galveston than it is here.
Yeah. Sea breeze, man.
By a good bit.
Yeah, this last week. McGraw and with Hub International come on and give us updates on the health plan with the latest information, so bear with us.
See, you can't feed us.
Pardon me?
You can't feed us.
Yeah.
I was right there with, boy, see how we act up after.
So are y'all making contact with him, or should we know?
He's on the phone right now with Stacy attempting to log in.
Okay. So, Francis, after this, we'll have a talk about this, what else? See what the rest of the day looks like.
So really, we got through what I wanted to today, and so it's just kind of coming back and just seeing if y'all want to talk through and, looking at that big picture again.
Okay.
But I know a lot of those things are pending some of these other discussions.
Well,
and so-
this discussion that we're having on the health plan is gonna be a significant one.
Yes, sir.
In regards what our liability might be. And then the other is just, Zane and, getting back with, trying to refine those, projects that they're gonna be within that timeline of the budget year.
Mhm.
And then what other, were the big factors?
So it's a lot of those personnel decisions.
Yeah.
The other thing is, so to this point, there's a couple things that, some contracts and things kind of come in late through the next couple of months. But, as of today, when we leave here, you have a glimpse of everything.
Yeah.
And so
Okay.
what we have left is the outside entity request. I know we had Fiona in earlier just to help her schedule-wise, but we're gonna be talking through that a lot. Looking at the City of Waco request, the emergency management and those things, Heart of Texas Behavioral, network.
Right.
Those types of, I kind of plan those to have at the very end.
Yeah,
And so
okay.
that's really what we have.
And that's when we'll go back, touch on the library.
That's right.
Yes,
all-
yes,
Uh-huh.
yes. And so I wanted to kind of keep all of that packaged together and so that you could make those decisions as a whole. And so that, and then, so other than that, it's just coming back to any of these items and making decisions.
Right, and then from a funding standpoint, I think that's where we get back and start looking about what we had on bonds that could be available to put against these projects, and then refining our ARPA obligations and looking at that to see where we are.
Mhm.
And, I think if we're working hard to get the budget as close to what we can within reason.
Yes.
I would suggest we try to stick to that policy of the 33%, because and respect that number, because when we didn't have this to rely on as a policy, in 2012 and 13, 14, it was pretty scary times. And if we'd had that kind of money to fall back on, it'd have been maybe a little bit different story. But, so going forward, I'd rather concentrate on using bond money appropriately, excess cash over and above the policy of 33% unassigned fund balance, and getting these, as I said, get these projects closer to what we think they'll be. And I do think that appreciation and values, well, just the additional projects that will be built over the next couple of years is going to give us a comfort level,
Mhm.
At least for now. So just
No, I think-
pitching that out there.
And two, other than just expenditures and, like you said, trying to bring them down to a realistic amount, the other factors in play are our beginning fund balance and, our beginning fund balance, really is all comes into play. And so, over this next week, we wait until we have June numbers to project a little further. So we'll be tweaking some of those numbers, revenues and
Certified tax
expenditures. And then we'll also have the certified values. And so I think that will give us a little more confidence too in moving forward, and we'll have a more exact
They will.
place we know will end. So yes, I'm with you.
While we're waiting, can we go back to the countywide road and bridge activity? I think I want to make sure that that we put that, we lower that.
That amount that we put in
Yeah,
there. Yeah.
I think Commissioner Perry and I'd like to see it at $3.5 million
Okay.
instead of the 5.7, just based on the volume.
Commissioner, you're there?
Yes.
Anybody have a problem with that? I'm good with it.
I think we're headed that way.
Yeah.
I think this year will be okay at the 3.
I mean, I sure hope we get, we sure need to spend that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Randy McGraw has joined now, so
Does he have any advice for road and bridge?
I don't know.
Well, he drives across them. He wants them safe.
Randy, can you hear us?
Yes,
All right. Hello, Randy. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Appreciate you coming off the golf course and coming in and talking to us.
It's too hot to be on the golf course.
That's what I hear. Okay, so I understand that you've got some updated information,
Yes, sir.
okay?
And I'd be happy to share that with you.
All right, thanks.
And I can give advice on just about anything. I just don't always know what I'm talking about. Is that working for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'm sure you'll be happy to know this one of my shortest presentations ever.
All right. And that still might be too long.
Okay, so there's really just 3 slides that I would review with you. And so this is what I would call the forecast detail. And after confirming with Jessica, your budget process, you actually budget based on about 1,121 employees, which is about $1 million more than we were tracking based on just the people that are in enrollment. So I have updated our forecasts and I created 2 lines there for you to see. And that is, the first one is contributions to the plan, which is the monthly contribution by the county as well as employees and retirees. And the second one, I've just temporarily calling it additional budgeted funds for unfilled positions. And so that's an additional $1 million. And so if you recall, we were kicking around, looking for about $2.4 million. And so assuming that you take the extra budgeted money and you sweep it into your fund at the end of the fiscal year, that's like finding $1 million for this fiscal year and another $1 million for the next fiscal year. And so then based on all of the updated information, that would change the recommendation for an overall across the board increase to 9.3% as opposed to the 30% we were talking about earlier this week. So that's good news. I did go ahead and upgrade or update this sheet that shows different contribution amounts and benefit changes, and modeling after the one on Tuesday that we referred to as the hub concept. And so at the top of the sheet now, it shows you the different assumptions that are in there. So I went ahead and rounded off that 9.3% to 10% to round up, just to give a little bit extra cushion. And so there would be a 10%, I call it increase to county contributions, but to your budgeted amount. And then I'm illustrating increasing the payroll deductions on the consumer-driven health plan by 10% as well. And then on the base plan by 15%, and that's to go back to the concept of creating a bigger price differential between the 2 plans. This version does also include increasing the health saving account to contribution to $2,000, and we had bounced around $1,200 previously, and then one of you suggested even $2,000, and it would require no infusion from the county. Would include reducing the consumer-driven health plan deductible to $3,200. It's currently at $3,500, and the impact to your current fiscal year budget would be $568,000 based on all of those different assumptions. And then in this grid here, it would show you the new payroll deduction amounts, as well as the change that would be perceived from next year to this year. And then the summary page is, whoops, we got the wrong page there. Okay, never mind. I can send you, the summary is just the summary of the detail, which illustrate the 9.3%. But assuming that we did all of those things, that would put us right on track to reaching our reserve fund target balance next year of $2.4 million. And that's all I have to say, unless you have more questions.
Okay. So,
so that's a 5% increase on the consumer-driven health plan, and 10, you said, or what was the increases again?
It's 10% on the consumer-driven health plan.
Okay.
For deductions, and 15% on the base plan.
Okay. And then a 30.
And then over here on the right-hand side of the grid, you can see what the monthly change is based on those assumptions.
So the more pop-
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, this is Anna. So just a reminder, the more popular plan after employee only is employee children. And so just if you can't see the deduction change for those two plans, it's $22.27 per month on the high deductible plan. That would be the increase for the employee children tier. And then for the base plan, that increase for the employee children plan would be $42.71, an increase for the employee children plan on the base plan.
A month.
Per month, correct.
Yeah. So you're talking about 84, 420, you're talking about $500 on the base plan for employee children increase a year.
Yes. And that would be the total increase once it flows through your pre-tax deduction. That would probably equate closer to $400 out of, real money out of the paycheck, take-home pay.
And this provides for the county to make a one-time payment or not?
No, you wouldn't have to make a one-time payment.
There's no one-time payment on this.
No, sir.
That's correct.
I have a question on the slides you have up. So you have at the top on the right, it says county budget impact, 568,000. I see like you say an increase to county contributions of 10%. But how is that?
Yeah.
How are those two correlating? Because I'm having trouble just in my head trying to figure out how that relates.
That's a fair question. So the changes in payroll deductions and for the contributions to the plan runs on a calendar year basis. So that's 75% of the new figures and 25% of your old figures. So you won't be changing payroll deductions or anything on employees, and you wouldn't need to increase the county contribution until January if you wanted to. So this would be an increase in your contributions starting January. So you'd have 3 months of your current contribution plus 9 months of your future contribution.
Okay, so that's okay. So you're assuming we would change the county contribution January 1st. Okay,
And then
Yeah, you can change it earlier if you want. but-
I got you.
What was the, previously, what was the county budget impact total?
I don't have that number. Your current budget is approximately $7.5 million or 7.1. I forget.
Well, but what we were looking at with the previous plans was $1 million infusion plus 15% plus, so. Man,
Yeah, it was going to be much higher,
yes,
about $1.5 million higher at least.
that looks pretty good to me.
I like this plan.
And this is
I think it needs a little more, I think we need to look at it just a little closer than just,
I mean, I understand the difference between the consumer driven and the base and wanting to drive us toward the consumer driven. But I still look back at what out of pocket, what a person's going to pay when they go to the doctor's office and what it's going to cost them with 2 or 3 kiddos.
So it would be, under the base plan, it would be identical to what it is right now.
Right.
And under the consumer-driven health plan, the way that's designed is any one person has a maximum out-of-pocket of $3,200 in a year.
Okay.
And then on a family basis, if the family as a total gets up to 2 times that amount or $6,400, then benefits for the entire family increase to 100%. So, it could be if you had a family of 5 people, then a little bit more than $1,200 a year per person out of pocket would reach the out-of-pocket maximum. Or it could be one person accounts for 3,200 of it, and then the remainder of the people would account for the other 3,200, however it sums up.
I want to make sure.
I'm trying to think back, Anna, based on your comps you did with other counties and how much they spent per employee or our all the comps that you do with industry and out of industry. This doesn't take into account any one-time infusion at all, which we had originally talked about, and I'm just not sure where that fell off the table.
But it went off when,
They
so,
added the-
so we had a little bit of an accounting discrepancy between how Randy accounted for the employee's contribution and
The county's contribution.
Yeah.
Commissioner,
the deficit is not as bad as what?
rather than accounting for a deficit of 2.42 million, now we're only accounting for a deficit of, I think, $845,786.
And we're
That's
sharing
right.
we're sharing that amongst the employees and the county.
Yeah, so what your practice is that you, and it's a good practice, is that you budget for all positions, whether they're filled or not. And so you're on the budget side of the equation, in your current budget, I believe you used 1,121 total employees in the plan. But in reality, you have just a little over 800, I think. So let's see, 360. That one doesn't have a total. Yeah, I think so there's about, you're budgeting for about 300 to 400 more employees than are actually in the plan. And then I guess your practice has been at the end of the year, if you didn't need all that money, then maybe you reallocate it at the end of the year. But the assumption now would be that all the money that you budget stays inside the health plan and you don't sweep it to any other accounts at the end of the year.
Okay.
That's correct. So even if we budgeted for all positions, if some of those positions were vacant at year end, we sweep the remainder into the health insurance fund. So whatever the court budgets, that is the amount that ends up over in that fund at year end.
I want to make sure I understand the percentages at the top. When we say that the increase to base plan deductions is going to go up by 15%, is that 10% by the county and 5% by the employee? And then when we say the increase to those on the health savings plan, those deductions are going to go up by 10%. Are we saying 10% by the county, and then there is no increased percentage to the employees? Is that what that means?
No, I think what Randy's proposing is that both plans have an increase to employees, and so the high deductible plan increases in price to the employee by 10%, and the base plan increases by 15%.
Okay, so
That's
why did
correct.
we increase it? Because that wasn't in the scenario that he gave us Tuesday.
Right, I think
It was lower for employees on Tuesday.
Yeah, we actually did increase the base plan higher than the consumer-driven health plan well, we had several different scenarios, but the one that I called the hub concept had a split difference in the contribution just like this.
Right, and I guess I'm kind of leaning with Commissioner Smith, because I think the accounting discrepancy it benefits the county, and so perhaps it benefits everyone across.
Yep.
I think one was a 15% proportional increase. The other one was 10% by the county, 5% by employees, 15% by the county, 2.5% by the employees, and then there was a tier, 15%, 0 to the health savings, 5 to the base, and that was with the infusion of $1 million. So I don't see why we would say we're gonna recognize $1 million savings and then increase the employee premiums by double and by triple.
Yes, and so to Commissioner Smith's point and your point, that would make our plan not as competitive when compared to those other employers that I identified.
What, this new one?
Right.
And so, if I could, the the overall increase needed prior to the reconciliation of the accounting was 30%. And so what we were looking at on Tuesday was not solving it all in 1 year, but meeting it about halfway this year and then the rest of the half next year. So we didn't look at increasing the rates 30% across the board because that would have been a huge increase to employees. So the reconciliation changes the amount of money in your fund balance, and that reduced the need for an increase to both the county side and the employee side.
Okay, and I do understand that, I guess, in recognizing that we don't have to, we're not as draconian as we thought we were gonna have to be. And I guess you're trying to do it all in 1 year, and that's okay too, but I don't wanna go past 5% on employees. If we weren't gonna do it when we thought we owed almost double, I don't see how we do it, and we owe 50% less.
It's hard to make that point when we haven't had an increase in 8 years.
Well, that is true, but we made modifications to the plan, and so.
At the expense, right, at the
Yeah,
expense of the
like.
Not many.
Deduction, huh?
Not many.
Okay, deductions, not deductions, treatment costs went up. So even though
Now
your premium.
you've maintained the same benefits through that same time period.
No, well, I know out of my pocket, and maybe they charged me wrong, but over the span of 8 years, I saw my copay go from 20 to 35. I saw my specialty care go from 35 to 50. There were incremental plan changes, increases, that if you went into different services, employees had to pay. And that's okay, but when we say we didn't increase their premium, that is good, we didn't, but there still were increases to some out-of-pocket services that people had to pay. And that was across the board, just healthcare across the country. It wasn't specific or indicative just to us. So I say that to say, I don't want in my mind to feel like employees have been given a free ride, and so now they gotta fork up all this money because for 8 years they've just been coasting. I don't want to give that impression. And also, if we could come up with a scenario that didn't hit them as hard on Tuesday, I would like to see that be consistent today. I don't know, I really don't see the equity in asking people who choose the base plan that you have to pay 15% more. And people who choose the health savings, you have to pay 10% more. I think the plan benefits can drive the choices, but I think the premium increase needs to be equal. And I don't see why they can't do 5%. They were doing 5% on Tuesday. That's
Well,
just
we can change any of those assumptions to meet whatever your goals or objectives are. So today it was just to get something on paper so you can see the big difference between Tuesday and today. And now that you've seen the numbers, if you want to fine tune it, so I mean, and you don't have to limit it to what's on this page here. But we can do any combination of changes to benefits, but it sounds like we don't want to change benefits. And if we want to go with a slightly lower impact on payroll deductions, we could certainly do that too. And the impact of that would just be whatever we reduce the employee column amount would shift over to the county part. But when you look at this bottom line, the total sum of contributions from employees through pay reductions is $1.6 million and retirees. And so if we were to reduce across the board those amounts by 5%, for example, then, we're only talking about $90,000. It's not a huge number that would shift to the county sides. If you're okay with that. So that, before we were talking about over $1 million impact to the county, and now we're at 568. And so another $90,000 is still way better news than it was on Tuesday, if you want to reduce this employee side. Yep.
Randy, quick question for you, and this might, the 15% increase, the base plan costs more than the consumer-driven health plan, am I right?
It's right now, it's about even money, but historically, once you have a better split in the enrollment, it usually will run about 15% higher, 15 to 17.
So and I know where you're coming from. You're saying, well, I'm just wanting to be fair, because if they're gonna pay this, then the guys on the other plan should pay the same. But shouldn't there be merit given to a plan that's performing better?
That is true. That is true. Maybe one could pay 5% and the other pay 2.5%.
I personally like this plan as presented. I know that Commissioner Jones says he sees a few tweaks in it, but I do like this. And I do think with presenting it as it is, there will be people that are gonna start seeing merit in the consumer-driven health plan now. A lot of merit in that.
Randy, as the plan is presented on paper right here that we're looking at, does this get us to our desired fund balance in 1 year or 2 years?
1 year.
Okay, so what happened then? Because we had originally talked about spreading the pain out over a couple of years, 2 to 3 years. I still don't have a problem with spreading that out over a couple of years, as long as we got to where we needed to be in 2 years' time, and there was less pain to our employees. That's just me.
Well, but if you have a bad year this year, Commissioner,
Yeah, if you have another bad year, you're in.
then you've really exacerbated the situation.
Yeah, and if we have a good year, we help it. I mean, all of its own.
If we have a good year, then
projections.
next year we don't have to increase.
Yeah.
I don't want to eat the COLA up with their healthcare premiums.
You know, just a couple of days ago, we were liking the idea of I thought over a 2-year period. And now all of a sudden, it's not such a good idea. I don't know where it changed so quickly. And I don't know.
Commissioner Smith.
It's just the risk, Commissioner. It's not,
I
nothing
understand.
changed, it's just the risk.
Well, so the spreading it out, if we didn't spread out all of, we wouldn't be able to spread out we wouldn't be able to do a $2.5 million increase to the county and the employees. I mean, that'd be probably double what these increases to the employees are. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
and so just, employees
So this
investing
comes in,
now
yeah.
and us continuing to do what we've been doing
Yeah, this comes in
keeps us from having that big bump later on.
$1 million, and we're $1.5 million better than where we were. So that that's and we really need to shift. And I think, Anna, don't you have a slide that there's a couple of our comparisons that only really do a high deductible, do consumer driven plan?
Most of them have both comparable plans. I just identified those closest to the base plan, for example, to compare, because that is our more expensive plan. An alternative, and Randy, if you can let me know if this would be a comparable offset, is going to maybe a $1,600 or $1,500 HSA contribution change, and then decreasing the premium percentage change.
It won't be that big of a of an impact. So so on this slide here, I mean, in the budget, it's, for employees, it's your current contribution based on the $600 to the consumer-driven health plan is $191,000 in a year, and jumping it up to $2,000, which would put you higher than any of our clients, would be a $638,000 total. But then, so let's say that we tone it down to 1,200. So 1,200 would be just two times the 191 or 380. And so we're basically talking about reducing $300,000 out of a $9 million budget. So that's, you know, it's not a huge amount, but it would lower it by that marginal difference.
And in comparison, let's say if we did that, but decrease rates from this 10% and 15% to something like 5 and 10% or something lower, would that come close to offsetting that amount so that the monthly impact to the employee isn't as drastic, just to address Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Miller's concern?
Yeah, actually lowering the payroll deduction amounts by 5% in each category would be about an even trade with lowering the HSA contribution to 1,200 instead of 2,000.
So, question real quickly, and I don't know the answer to it, but I'm gonna ask it, maybe someone will. So we could go into year 9, maybe go into year 10 without any increase to the employee. But inflation is continuing to go up in the medical market, in the medical field.
Yeah.
And we're setting them up for a huge train wreck somewhere down the road.
That's right. Yeah,
Because it's going to catch up.
Taxpayer too.
Yes, it's going to catch up. And I would rather it incrementally go than us go, guys, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but, you know, we did 9 years without any increases, and now we're going to have a huge one, or we're going to bankrupt the plan.
I think you
That's
got-
the concern that I have.
That's not, I don't hear Commissioner Smith and myself saying that, although I'm not gonna speak
Well,
for him.
but what I'm hearing you say
We're-
is
we're
you
saying-
want to make sure the base plan stays the same and that the copay is affordable, and I do too.
Mm-hmm.
But while we keep fighting and keeping these rates the same, the medical community's not.
Yeah.
They're increasing everything that we're doing.
I'm just trying to roll us back to Tuesday. I'm trying to- I guess what I'm saying is, when we thought we had $2.5 million, we had to try to recoup. We were gonna do it over 2 years. We're finding out that we don't have that much to recoup. I don't understand, though, why we still can't recoup it over 2 years and allow some of choose one of these alternatives. One was the county take the full increase. But I can understand we're gonna share it. So if we're gonna share it, the county and the employee, but at 5%, not at a 15 or a 10, or 2.5%, not or a 15
But you're
or
assuming
10.
that we're gonna have 2 good years that we get to recoup it. And
But
we
what
can't-
happened
you
between
can't be
now and
guaranteed that.
Tuesday? We were gonna do it Tuesday. See, we were gonna do it,
I don't
we were
remember
gonna
the
do it over
discussion a whole
2
lot.
years.
I don't remember this. Well, the numbers were totally different.
Yeah, right. So what happened is, on Tuesday, Francis and I talked. There seemed to be a question between Francis and Randy about how we accounted for if we paid health insurance premiums for the positions that weren't filled, and we do.
Always
And that-
have.
And always have, because we don't know when those positions might become filled or something
Right,
like that. And
right.
so that was how much, what was the delta on that, Randy?
About $1 million per budget year right now.
So, I mean, that, and Randy just sees, he doesn't see all of Francis's, all the auditor's information. He just assumes. And so, but, I mean, I think, the hub, the first hub, the first hub concept had the high deductible plan, consumer-driven health plan, not paying any extra. So, I mean, I think this spreads it out amongst all the employees and gets our plan in shape quickly.
I would like to see the realized savings go toward the percentage I like this, I like the plan we had up there that Randy just sent. But I would like, if we're gonna do something to the employees, it'd be 5% or 2.5%. And I don't really know how we can do 5% and then a 3% COLA. Could we do a 5% increase on their premiums and then give them a 3% COLA? Have we really done anything for them this year?
Well, so it's about I was just looking at that. And so if you don't, if you're, so it equates to, if we increase this portion, this deduction by, if we increase this deduction by 10 or 15%, by 15%, it makes, it has an effective, it brings the COLA down to about a 2.5% COLA, something like that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So, your take home's still gonna be more.
You guys were playing with fire.
Okay, I got another thing.
Realize
No,
that.
I'm not saying don't do something. Okay, why is the county infusion off the table? You know, I know we got a savings, but at one time, there was even an alternative where we would do a one-time county infusion of up to $1 million.
And that's what we've done.
Can we do a?
That's what we've done for 8 years.
And we've been doing that, and so the taxpayer's been picking up way more than the employee has. And yet the taxpayers out there seeing increases in their plan. I'm not on this plan, and I am with United Health, and mine has gone up, and of course, mine's on a supplemental deal, but, so, you know, I think somebody's gotta represent the taxpayer in here.
And then, you know, county employees pay taxes.
I know, we sure
I
do
was gonna
appreciate it.
point out too, you know, just the way that was embedded in the way we've been operating and budgeting for all the vacant positions. You have been kind of infusing when we are putting in money for those vacancies, and that's been money that's being infused every year when there's no body there to rack up claims. So that's one thing to look at too, you know.
Are you talking about what?
The county
what's
has
left over
been.
Because of the contribution we put in for
Yes,
that year?
yes,
in
and so the way
years?
we've been budgeting like that, we have been infusing money year after year to keep it afloat.
And my last comment on this is an incremental increase this year. They may not like it, but if we have a bust this year and we're playing with house money, and it comes back and bites us next year and we have to double
No, I agree with
25%,
you.
they're gonna hate us then. They're gonna really hate us.
Yeah.
And I think it's just planning and being reasonable and knowing that the cost of inflation in the medical field is
Right.
way above what we've been increasing our plan by. Way
No, I
above.
agree with you. I think where we're varying on our street courses on incremental. I think.
If I can provide some context, just because COLA is being mentioned. So the average county salary is about 55,000 or so, and so applying a 3.5% COLA to that comes out to 1,950. For our more common plan here with this increase, you're seeing a change of $512 over the span of a year. So that amounts to about 26% of that COLA that was just issued.
So that was
could be
my
issued.
point.
Goes to the health plan.
Right.
That was my 25%.
So they're still in net gain.
Yeah, they're still a net gain.
There is, but I guess my point is saying, yes, it's not a wash, but a quarter of your cost of living adjustment amongst the rest of your living expenses actually is a large percentage to take up just in healthcare costs when you still have housing, food, transportation. And so I identify that not necessarily, you know, for either argument, just for context.
No, it's a very good fact because
But if we have gone up according to what the medical field and the market has over the last 8 years, none of it, we had COLAs that would have totally got wiped out back in that period of time. So I'm just saying is, I think we've got a great plan. And I think we've managed it well, but we're gonna get to the point where we're playing with fire. I get nervous when we start doing that.
And I hope it's not lost that last year we did 9% COLA
And no,
and no increase.
and no increase.
Yeah. So,
I just think, and then I'm through with it, I'm through.
you promise.
I promise. If we could just see the employee contribution not be 15 and 10%. Without our doing the $1 million infusion, even if the county's increase in funding went to 15% as it is in two of his scenarios from Tuesday, and maybe we see a 10 and a 5, or a 5, no, a 5 and a 2.5, or a 10 and a 5. I just want to, I'm kind of like Commissioner Smith. I just don't, they may have to do it this year and next year and the year after. I just don't want to hit them so hard this first year, especially since we see that we really don't have to recoup as much as we thought.
Right. And then just the other kind of item pointed out, you could also do the 10 and the 5 with a slight decrease to the HSA proposed increase, because right now it's 600. And so you could still double that, take it to a 10 and a 5% increase, and that would kind of offset. So that plan that Randy has to kind of try to adjust the entire amount in 1 year is still possible. And the employee still sees that increase, that pretty much doubling of the HSA, and then doing the 10 and a 5 versus
But
a
then
10 and a
you're not-
15.
You're taking away the idea too is to make the consumer-driven health plan
Right.
We gonna
Drive-
double it?
attractive enough to get people to move, and you start cutting that back down to somewhere, and then you're not.
But we doubled it. You take it from 6 to 12.
It's currently 600, it would still
No, I'm
double.
aware. That's why I'm saying this plan right here, I think, has a lot of positives to it.
I would say that everybody's made a pretty good stab at making their point. I'm gonna give everyone at least a week to sharpen that up a little bit and be concise. And so when we come back to start talking about these things, like countywide budget, like what we're gonna use out of bond funds to go against these projects, those things, we can put it in that category, discuss those things and try to come to consensus. And, you know, so you would observe in the discussion what the consensus may be. And so you assume if a consensus doesn't change before it goes to a vote on the tax rate, then that's the deal. And so sharpen up your best stories and your best angles and corn milk ratio and all that, and we'll work on it next week. I'm getting budget fatigue right now.
Judge, quickly, and I agree with you, move on, but Randy, one area we haven't looked at very much is pharmaceuticals. And so I'm hopeful that y'all are looking at policy on pharmaceuticals to get some of those costs back in line. In particular, the Ozempic that's not being used for diabetes and so forth, that's driving costs so much. And let's see if there's not something we can help save the county money in that area also.
Sure, and we were discussing that yesterday in our weekly meeting with United Healthcare. And they do have two different plans that would help reduce some of the pharmaceutical expense. And it would involve changing in the prescription drug formulary. And so it's, while the immediate impact of either of those, one, they have two different levels we could consider. One would be a really strict model that there would be a lot of pushback from employees because they would be saying, well, I used to be able to get this drug for that amount of money and now I can't even get it at all. So I don't think that's one that you'd be interested in, but a halfway step there would be called their traditional pharmacy prescription drug list. And we have a report that shows how many people would be impacted by that. And I think it's maybe 100. But that's part of the next phase is to look at those options. And when would your next meeting be that you would take up the discussion again?
Probably on July the 25th, somewhere about the 25th or maybe the
Okay.
next day. But
Okay, so yeah, we haven't gone over the detail with that with HR or your insurance committee, but after our conversation yesterday, that's the next step that we're looking at. And so again, it would be kind of like this discussion here.
Right.
They can measure the impact on your current utilization, but and then this new approach would put some prior authorization requests on drugs like Ozempic. And so part of the debate we're having yesterday was, do we change the rules in midstream? And you tell people that are taking Ozempic now, the rules just changed and you have to requalify. Or do we want to consider grandfathering people that are already there and only applying the new rules to people in the future? So we haven't gone down that path very far, but that would be the next steps. And I think there'd be plenty of time to get this done before your July 25 meeting, and then come back with you with some more
Okay.
concepts. And so their
So-
immediate impact would say prescription drug costs would fall about $50,000, but that's based on the current pattern. And part of the rationale behind making the change would be to impact the future consumption. In other words, stop the growth of increase of consumption of the high cost drugs and intercept that early. So it's kind of like the consumer-driven health plan. You know, we can measure what it would look like right now in terms of contributions, but until you know which person picked which plan, you don't know where the risk moved back and forth. But we could certainly have recommendations on the pharmacy plan for you by July 25 as well, and an opportunity to visit with your committee in between.
Well, this is the committee now. All committees
okay.
at this time of year, HR, insurance, space, all of it is now in the budget time comes into where the final decisions are made. There's no time to get in. And so, you know, any members of the insurance committee or talking can come in here and listen, but we're all on the committee now. So
Okay.
we can save
Well,
that
then we
amount of
can-
time. And then a lot of this other discussion has to do with what economists would have on what's the future look like. And I don't know how much of that's gonna affect what we're doing now. It's gonna be, it's good to know, but the time's short on making our final
Right.
decision.
So we can bring the details back for you at your next meeting.
Right.
And you need to find a one-handed, one-armed economist.
Yeah, all of a sudden, we don't go to the other hand.
Right.
Yeah, okay. All right,
Thank you, Randy.
thank you, Randy.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. for the good
I'll be back.
Okay, thank you. Francis?
So I don't have anything unless Anna may want to continue. I think we have a
Okay,
Yes,
longer list of things.
if the budget fatigue allows. We still have the position summary.
Oh,
I'm only
yeah.
making fun. We have the position summary to go through, which is the line-by-line requests for budget that we can continue with.
Just go, go.
there's some tiny print.
I didn't know.
It is.
These were just all
You
the yes,
made me glad.
And why are we going through these again, Anna?
Yeah, that's,
There are just a handful that are like yes or no's that I wanted to just present again to the commissioners for to the
These are all
court.
yeses here, right?
Yes, currently they're all yeses. There are
Were
some.
there any material changes in information that you received
There is.
that would cause us to question your
Consider.
yes?
No. there are not, but there is just one detail I wanted to clarify for one of my no's. And then review just the handful of yes, no's where, yes, we agree there's a need, but we differ on the salary requested.
Perfect.
So those are the ones I wanted to focus on.
Okay,
Great.
as long as we don't have to go all the way back through the yeses.
Yes,
No.
that was my,
No, nothing has changed with the yeses. The
Because if
yes-
you yes me too much, I'll know you back. So
Okay, good to know.
2 yeses might equal a no.
Okay. So, first, if you want to pull up those yes, no's. I might tweak my legend for next year. I don't know. Yes, no is the best way to label these.
So really, you're just giving it to us to make the decision.
Yes, that's correct. So,
which means
Which makes, exactly. I think that's a good policy.
so the first two are from the same department. It's the district clerk, and it's their request to increase their two lead positions. And HR agrees that yes, there's a need to adjust those salaries, but the requested amount is $62,000, and HR's recommendation for the salary does differ. And so we would recommend a salary of $55,500 just to bring it to the 1 ratio.
Sounds good to me.
yeah.
Okay,
is it
so
in?
if we can change that then to a yes with the HR.
I'm sorry, you said 50?
$55,500
Okay.
for both. And then the others, there's a request for, I'm trying to line up my list. Okay, the certified medical assistant position. So we do, managed pharmacy. Okay, we do agree that there needs to be a title change. An adjustment should be made. We actually did assess a new classification. It's currently a B5, and we recommend it be changed to a B6. And so we also, similar to the other, there's a request here for the salary change to be $55,000 to account for the adjusted functions. But HR disagrees with the amount. We would recommend a salary of $47,229.
Which makes a comp ratio of
1.05, because the current salary is already close to a 1. But we do want to differentiate it between the remaining certified medical assistants, because this will serve as a senior, more trainer capacity. So we think it is okay to bring it above the
there's
1.
someone in that position now, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Got a number there, yeah. All right,
Okay.
I'm good with that.
I'm good.
You bet.
And there's a request, and I can get this confirmation, Francis, about the title. They verbally mentioned that our recommended title was good, the senior certified medical assistant, but they haven't made that formal request through the official form. So I'll follow up with them, but if it doesn't, then the title can stand. We just don't like calling it a manager, is our main
Okay.
hesitation there.
What did you say the name was that you recommended?
Senior certified medical assistant. It's currently a certified medical assistant.
Okay.
And then the other, yes, no. So I'm trying to recall here, increase. So here, there's a request to change title. We would recommend a different title, but it's not, we're not huge sticklers for that. They are requesting a salary change of from $39,794 to $44,000, and we don't think there's a need to recommend, or we don't see a need to adjust the salary there.
Okay.
All right.
And then I think that takes care of the yes, nos. And the other item, I wanted to address the no that I have more information on. So I was able to speak with David Ives on the request for reclassifying position 827. So that's taking a deputy position and having it perform or function as a corporal. And that intent behind that is to add another leadership type position for the personnel office. And so in reviewing we have that as a no. And HR had provided a leadership ratio primarily as the reason why there was a no for recommendation, because it had a 5-to-5 ratio, or basically 1-to-1 leadership to staff ratio. And we didn't think that was necessary. We went line by line with the staff for both training and personnel. And so now that we know who's assigned to what person and what division, that ratio now is 2 leads to 3 staff. So I just wanted to inform the court of that. We still have that as a no, just because when we look at countywide leadership ratios, 2 to 3 is still really high. It's higher than normal. But we wanted to present that in case that changed the court's
Thoughts?
perspective on that.
Any thoughts on that?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
Fine with a no?
Or-
What was her recommendation?
I left it at a no. And their primary reason was to have an additional person to sign off on particular items. Just to touch on kind of what, I just want to give both, that's what David was using as justification for the position. Just to not have a roadblock or something allowing the continuation of business while the lead role was out, because currently there's one for that personnel staff, the lieutenant position. That's my list.
Okay.
Okay.
The other ones
We're all no's.
were all
Yes.
no's, or others if we want to address. That's mostly the grant funded position.
Hey, since I missed, and I apologize, I missed your presentation Tuesday, where are we addressing,
The crew member position.
crew member, and then also the request, that JP McGregor has for taking the part-time, turning into full-time, and eliminating the part-time?
So,
You need a little time
the
on that?
crew member, I can address, so the crew member request I have for your precinct, that is currently at a no, but it is one of the lower comp ratios on the request list. So it's currently at a 0.90. I have a recommendation of a yes for 2 other positions, requesting adjustment out of the district clerk's office that are also a 0.90. There's turnover there, and so that was the justification for recommending let's adjust it. So here, there was another point kind of brought up, and that's related to having some sort of professional development occur with this position, and that be a pipeline to possible CDL. So if that's a consideration and similar to turnover, and you wanting to adjust this similar to another 0.9 position, which is a district clerk, that can be applied there very similarly. And we can have that be a yes. If the same kind of logic can be applied.
And you remember when we were doing that, we couldn't get CDLs, applications at the time, or good qualified ones. So we thought about, all right, get an entry-level
Yeah,
position,
have a
get a
pipeline.
person in there.
Train them.
Right.
And then we know we're feeding our system a little bit.
So I just would point out that Commissioner Miller has the same position. And so if that were to be applied, just for consistency, we would have this salary also adjusted. As well.
What would it change it to by going to the,
So the requested amount would bring it to a 0.99. Which is, we would look at either midpoint or a 1 average ratio, so that would be in line with our other recommendations.
Commissioner, are you good?
I am. You good?
And then the other request, you mentioned, what was it, for the JP or for the
JP.
constable?
It's for the constable.
Okay.
And what he
To help the
has
JP.
is out in McGregor, so there's the constable and then one of the deputies. And that's what they're saying. We can be out in China Spring, and she said, with Judge Richardson, you never know when he's gonna call court. Somebody could walk in and say, I've got a truant, and he goes, well, let's get in there and do it right now. He needs a bailiff. They're out in China Spring. So what they're wanting to do is the part-time clerk that's in there right now working with the constable also has a peace officer's license. So he's wanting to use her to continue her duties as a part-time, or as a clerk, but also be the bailiff when the other two can't get there, to be there when Judge Richardson calls for court.
Okay. And so we did have the discussion with Constable Guerrero, and I didn't realize there was a person already in the office who could function in that role as a peace officer, and then that would eliminate the need for the part-time staffer. But he wanted the request actually submitted for this fiscal year. And so I was planning to address that on the 25th regular agenda. I did ask if it was something that he wanted to wait for fiscal year '24 budget, but he said he wanted to move forward with a current year request. So I can bring it forward at that time, and I can bring forward kind of both constable activity data that we have, and also JP, since it'll be functioning as JP support as well.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me go back to my list, because now I'm thinking. Also, just to touch on, I do have notes here from TJ's kind of item that he brought up during his presentation related to on-call, some sort of on-call compensation for his staff. And so I can work with him on kind of getting some information together for that request. I'm not sure if that would, I guess, how soon we can come together with some sort of policy related to that request. I'd want to assess need, time off being taken by employees. Just real quick, I was in that, just back there while he was up here. Our maintenance and building technician turnover is 8.3%. And so our county-wide turnover is floating at 17%.
So it's less turnover in that area.
Yes, for instance,
Yeah,
just this year, they've lost one technician
Right.
to another employer.
Right. So it's in their job description, and it doesn't sound like it's real burden. I mean, they get time and a half on comp time. which is pretty good. And as long as the manager or the department head lets them use, gives them that time off so they can use that comp time, I don't know why we would want to do something else it's gonna cause some changes in a bunch of different areas. It's not just gonna affect that area, it's gonna be the same request gonna come from,
Judge, it's gonna be just like the certificate pay.
yeah.
It's much bigger than what it looks like at first glance. And on-call, when you start looking at on-call folks in the county, you know, IT has on-call.
Road and Bridge.
Road and Bridge has on-call.
Yeah.
The sheriff's office has on-call they're not compensated for. And in just a glimpse, it looks good. And
Yeah.
then when you back away and look at the broader picture, all of a sudden you're getting into
Right,
$500,000, $750,000.
yeah. So I don't know, unless somebody really wants to make a case that you need to consider it, I don't think you need to go to do an in-depth analysis of it,
Okay,
but I'm open for discussion.
okay.
Anybody feel differently?
I don't.
I mean, I'm with that. I mean, if you guys want to make a presentation on that, I'm willing
Yeah,
to listen for
okay.
sure. But I think it needs, I just hope everybody understands it's not just maintenance of buildings.
It's gonna
It's,
take a pretty compelling.
yeah, it's going to grow into a,
I think as a next step for myself, just to ensure there isn't some sort of difficulty in taking time off, I can just run time off reports for the department comparing to other county departments, just to see
Okay.
if on average they are struggling to take time off, because that might actually warrant review. But
Okay.
if absent that, then I might just pause that or get more information from TJ.
All right, go right ahead.
Okay. Okay, sorry. I said that was it a while ago, so I'll just stop talking. So that's, we are currently working on formulating a better plan for elected official pays that we do have currently below the 0.8 ratio. So that's still being worked on or in progress. And we can bring that forward once that,
Okay,
once that has more information behind it.
all right,
And we'll need to get the elected official letters out, like at the end of this month. So I just
This
wanted
month,
to
okay.
make sure we kept that in mind.
Okay.
So you're changing this?
I don't know yet. I know that was kind of the tentative, this is what I have so far. But I think we are looking at other alternatives.
I want to ask a question, but I'll do it one-on-one.
okay. All right,
Oh, I'm sorry, there was one more yes, no. I think it was on the new position tab, and so that's why I missed it. There's a yes, no on the new position, the senior project manager position. And very similar, so yet we recommend the position, we just differ on the salary for the position. And so the requested salary is $92,996, and we would recommend
95,450, 496. Requested salary 92.
oh, that's total additional equipment on that. Let me just read the 95.
So we would recommend 90,898. And that's based, that would bring that position to a 1.05 comp ratio, which is actually the average compensation ratio for the department. Which for a technical department like that we do struggle for recruitment on, we would advise the position be above a 1 ratio. But we think that would be sufficient, the 90,898 figure.
And this is a posted position that's going to have to go out as a new hire, right?
Correct. It would need to be posted and accept
okay with that.
applications.
I'm
So-
okay with that.
So is your recommendation, is it market? Are you going to be able to get applicants, you think?
Yes, I can, let me identify the actual ratio for market for you.
While she's looking at that, I think there is a consensus to move forward in that direction. That's
Yeah.
something that's going to.
I just know we say okay to positions and salaries, and then we come back and we go, well, it's been 6 months and we couldn't get any applications. I think it's because we didn't post it at a competitive salary.
Well, but I don't know that 1,800 would make a huge difference. And then what's the difference in what you're,
And the requested salary
to?
ratio is 1.08 is the ratio, so
You're saying 1.05.
yes. And I know,
No, you did.
I have to apply the same.
You do, and I get it, and that's why I'm saying, I don't think, if you're thinking about putting in, I don't think you'd go, $1,800, I'm out.
Yeah.
I think you'd probably go ahead and take it and see what the future holds for you once you get the
At
job.
least you hope so, huh? Okay.
If it doesn't, I think it'll take more than 1,800 to get somebody interested, I'll say that, so that's.
Okay, think we're good
Okay.
with that? Tell me you're through.
Are those the only yes, nos, Haley? Yes. Okay, yes, I am done.
All right, good job.
Thank y'all.
She took your hint.
Jim, you're making me seasick, there you go.
Hey, did y'all ever, you ever sit in on one of Judge Allen's court cases, and the longer it went during the day, the less you could see him behind the bench? That's the way I'm getting, guys.
Okay. What else?
I think that is all we have for you for today.
Okay.
We just need to, over this next week, if you have thoughts or questions or want to look at something a different way, please let us know. And that way, when we come into that last week, we can have, be prepared as much as possible. Because we want to leave that week. We want to leave that Friday with almost, having that proposed budget in hand, knowing what the proposed tax rate is going to be. So when we come back on August 1st, the next Tuesday, we can put everything to bed. So that's the plan.
All right. Anything else to come before the court? If not, we stand adjourned.